It is 6 p.m. on Monday, April 17th. I'm going to call to order first the meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Deputy Mayor Thomas Renner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we have a Tier 2 manufacturing license on here. There's Eric.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much. I'm here to meet with you as the Cannabis Control Commission to consider approval of a Tier 2 manufacturing license for a local business. This, as it was included with your agenda, I provided you with our procedure, our kind of process document that you all reviewed and approved back in October. So earlier this month, we received word from the Cannabis Control Board that a local business had applied for and was pending approval of a Tier 2 manufacturing license. This would be in conjunction with a home occupation, so there would be no outward visual representation of. There's limited information that we're actually able to provide, given the fact that it's some of it is proprietary information. There's issues with security and statutory components with that, but the applicant was intending to be here tonight, although I'm not seeing them in the Zoom list, so unless they're in the room.
Recording in progress.
But I have had conversations with the applicant to make sure that they are meeting all of our existing land use regulations. They do have an open building permit right now that just to finish up some of the work that they were doing in relation to the manufacturing. So in the memo I included with the agenda, the only item I noted was just closing out that permit for issuance of the license, or for consideration of issuance of the license.
All right, thank you, Eric. Other questions from council?
I was wondering, so they have the permits for the construction that they're doing. On those permits, Eric, do those indicate the type of business that they are creating?
It does not necessarily. It doesn't have to do that. No, it's
Okay.
it's basically just work associated with the business.
Any other questions?
Is this business going to have public advertising in any way?
There would not be. No, there's because it's a home occupation. They could have one very small sign, but it would have to be. We have very specific regulations on signage for home occupations, so they wouldn't be allowed to have. They're allowed to have one employee potentially. They couldn't have any outward advertising on the business itself, other than, as I mentioned, one very small wall sign. I think it's like a 12-inch by 12-inch sign, and that's about the size of it. They're not allowed to sell directly to the public at all either, so they would have to sell to somebody else that is engaged in cannabis sales.
Is there any way that they would have a different LLC out of the same location to sell?
Not to manufacture cannabis. So it's possible they could have I guess they could have a second business there, but they would still need to meet the home occupation standards that are outlined in our regulations. So I believe it's 30% of the square footage of the structure can be utilized for the home occupation. So as long as they didn't exceed that, presumably, I guess they could have an additional business in the establishment, but they're not allowed to see clients on site, or very limited interaction with the public on site. It's really intended to blend in with the neighborhood and not be a typical brick and mortar type business that you might see anywhere else.
Is there any risk for off-site odors?
I'm sorry?
Is there any risk for off-site odors?
Not that I'm aware of, or not that I can think of offhand.
Do our regulations, or do they parameters which these entities are regulated have any authority over any offsite odors?
Well, so we could still regulate that under our performance standards, as we have with other businesses or any other use technically. So if there are odors that are becoming an issue, we would address it just like we would any other land use in the city. And we could take enforcement action in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on this item, Tier 2 manufacturing license? If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature. If you're in person, you can raise your hand. Okay. I'm not hearing any concerns. Would someone like to make a motion to approve this license?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Thomas, second by Charlie. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Oh, sorry.
Abstain.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Thank you, Eric. That is
Okay,
the end
thank you
of
very
the Cannabis Control Commission agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Bryn, second by Aurora. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. It is 6:06 p.m. I will call to order the Liquor Control Board meeting. Oh, were you here for the Sedwin Suites? If you want to come, like, make an introduction or something, I would welcome that. We did just approve your license.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Do you need to hear from us?
And we don't have to, but if you want to share anything, you
We'll
can.
introduce ourselves, at least, came out, might as well. I'm Jordan Sedwin. This is my wife, Esperanza Malver. We're part owners, together, equal owners of the gummy company. That's it. I wasn't sure what kind of questions you were gonna ask us, and I talked to Eric Borwald. I don't know if he's here or not, but he was up there. He let us know that just it would be good to introduce ourselves and just kind of put a face to the name and all that. So,
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming in to do that for us. We did just have a few questions. They were primarily regulatory, which Eric was able to answer.
okay.
But
if you have any
anyone did have a
questions for
question,
us, we're here. We're happy to answer them.
I have a question. Will you be producing concentrates to put in your gummies yourself, or will you be purchasing concentrate and then making gummies?
Yeah, we'll be purchasing concentrate because of the nature of us doing it outside of our home. We just don't really have the facilities for anything more than just the kitchen space.
Sure.
Also, I'm a big believer in the keep it simple, stupid process. I don't want to overwhelm either of us with more things that we need to do, and given some of the practices that one of our distributors is going to be using, it's really clean. They have a really good system for developing the rosin and the distillate. So I think it's better to leave it to the professionals who already know what they're doing rather than trying to overload ourselves with more of that. So we'll be purchasing it directly from a distributor. Northern Craft Cannabis is the one that we're working with mostly, and they produce it. They're going to sell it to us wholesale, and then we're basically going to create gummies and then sell most of those right back to Northern Craft, and then they're going to distribute for us.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for sharing that detail and for coming in.
Sure. Sorry we were a little late.
It happens, no worries.
Thank you very much for the approval.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Good luck with your business.
Okay, Jenny. We have a number of license.
We do.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I've said that before, that we have a new portal, we have a couple new processes. So these are ones that I've reached out to because we haven't received a license. So that's why you have some pending.
What do you mean by pending?
Pending because they haven't satisfied all the requirements yet.
Okay.
Either their sidewalk wasn't approved, they're waiting an inspection. There's quite a few, like all the second class need an inspection, a follow-up inspection. They've been inspected once by code enforcement, but they all need a follow-up inspection.
Okay.
Jenny, Mayor, if I could interject. If it's not, we're asking for conditional approval.
Yeah. Okay.
All of these, I did not put in, but they're all the restaurants are approved as restaurant. They've all submitted payment and applications for restaurants. I'll bring another agenda with the other ones that do not sell liquor. So just asking for approval of these liquor licenses. The period ends April 30th. That's why I just wanted to put them on the agenda for this evening so we can get the ball rolling. Also, just to update for the outside consumption, I just heard from Fusion, and they're not gonna request a sidewalk permit, and that's not the last one on the back page. And just to bring this up, this could be conditional, I can bring it on May 2nd, but Four Quarters at their 2 locations at 70 Main Street and 150 West Canal have requested entertainment applications for both year round.
And that'll come at future meeting, you just said?
It will,
Okay.
yeah.
We got it rather late, so if you have any concerns, it would be helpful. I know you're just hearing about it, but if you have concerns, we could let them know about it now. But the official approval will be the next one, because it wasn't done.
Okay. So for any attending members of the public, these are liquor license renewals, tobacco endorsements, outside consumption and sidewalk use permits, including the Last Stop, the VFW, the Archives, Regular Veterans Association, Four Quarters, Mandarin, Fusion, Chicks Market, Walgreens, Sammy's Quick Stop, Fast Stop, the Champlain Farms, Simon's, and Beverage Warehouse. I think that's everyone that's on this list. And Wesco. Questions or comments?
Are there any of these that we should know anything more about before moving forward?
They've all been, I run them through the chief of police to make sure that everyone is okay. So they've all satisfied. They just, various reasons why they're not approved yet.
Okay. And then for Chicks Market, I know it's being sold. Is this for the current owner, and will that carry over if they continue doing the same business, or would they have to reapply?
Yes, they have to reapply as a
Okay.
new owner. She's still wanting to have this, but she's pending as
Okay.
well.
Thank you.
Jenny, for the VFW, what sidewalk use outside consumption are they asking for specifically?
They're asking they have a back deck.
It's for the back deck, okay.
Yeah, from 12 until 9 p.m.
Okay, so for context, the back deck on the building is a space that they've been using before. When they came a year or two ago, they were trying to put new tables out front, and that is what we had previously declined.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Do we know if all of these if there are any outstanding fees or taxes that need to be?
Taxes are satisfied, fees, still waiting on a couple fees.
Okay. And those are part of the pending?
They are. Everything that came in on the portal is what I've included here.
Okay.
So there's some establishments that I have left messages for that I haven't heard, so those are not included here.
Okay.
If there's any questions from members of the public, you can raise your hand. Use raise hand feature in Zoom. Okay. I'm not hearing concerns. Could I take a motion for conditional approval on the first and third class liquor license renewals, second class liquor licenses, second class tobacco endorsements, and outside consumption and sidewalk use permits?
So moved.
Second. And I have a quick question before we.
Sure.
This is just a little different from what I'm used to seeing, the packets with a little bit more detail. So as a follow-up question, for the outside consumption, when is the ending time? Are they all the same?
They're not, but the ending time according to our code is 2 a.m. in the morning.
Are there any that are requesting?
They don't have to put the hours of operation now on the portal. So there is one, I believe Monkey was the one, but he can't say for, that establishment can't say for sure if they're gonna have staff to stay open till that late.
Okay. Another follow-up question? Was that, I don't remember the change when that changed. Is that recent, where they don't have to indicate?
It's the new portal that just went into effect this year, so it's really very limited.
Mhm.
They just have to say yes. So then I've had to reach out to most of them
Mhm.
to get a sketch, dimensions, because that ties in with our sidewalk application. So it's very little information that is on the applications, except violations.
And is it only local ordinance where we say, or is there a state law that has an end time in the morning for distribution, like for sale?
I'm not aware of the state time.
Okay.
No.
This whole process is a little funky because the DLC changed and we are trying to adapt to it in real time.
I see. So it's not our portal, it's the state's.
No,
portal.
it's the
Mhm.
state's portal.
Okay,
Jenny's been providing a lot of feedback.
okay. All right. Let me know if I can provide some more feedback.
You're welcome.
I have also heard displeasure from business owners about
Yes, it's very difficult. It's not user-friendly. I attended a class. I can see where their endpoint is, but right now there's just been a lot of errors, technical glitches, that we're working through, and just not enough information.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a motion by Thomas and a second by Aurora. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank
Are they all conditional or just some of them?
No, just some of them.
Conditional for pendings,
For
right?
pendings.
Right. Do you want
So I shouldn't
to
have
do
phrased it that way.
Like just a fire approval for the ones that don't have, that aren't pending? Are they all pending?
No, the first and third class, those are all regular, and everything else is pending.
It feels clear to me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
That's the end of the Liquor Control Board meeting agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Bryn, second by Charlie. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now, it is 6:18 PM. I will call to order the Winooski City Council meeting. First up is agenda review. And I am suggesting that we add an executive session that was intended to be on the agenda but was left off as an oversight to discuss a personnel matter.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Bryn, second by Thomas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we'll add a new item 9 for executive session.
With no action expected?
Thank you. Okay. So we are at public comment then. This is an opportunity to make a comment to an item not on tonight's agenda. So if you are here for something that's on the evening's agenda, I would ask you to hold until we reach that point. If you are not, if you have something else to talk about, please raise hand. Okay. Our consent agenda, we have our City Council and Liquor Control Board minutes from our last meeting, April 3rd, the payroll warrant from March 19 to April 1st, and the accounts payable warrant from April 5th. Any questions, concerns? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Thomas, second by Charlie. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we are on council reports. Charlie, can I start with you?
Yeah. The Housing Commission has its rescheduled meeting today, or excuse me, this week on Thursday. That's it for me so far.
Thank you. Thomas?
Meredith will be here later to do a dive into downtown Winooski, so my update would kind of just be anything she's going to say, so I'll just leave it to her.
Excellent. I have a lengthy one, unfortunately.
That's fine, 'cause
So
we skipped two.
this 2 weeks ago, I attended the Airport Commission meeting. Sorry, my notes aren't as clear as I wish they were. Oh, the website, btvsound.com, where you can find all of the information coming from the airport and on noise mitigation. They've added a new map that is showing properties that are in the queue for noise mitigation in the next year or so. So it's not the full, like, 5 years out or long-term plan, but there is some information, and they want to keep updating that. Their next grant application is due May 1st, and after that, we should see an update on the next, like, 50 or so properties that will be included. So don't know yet what those actually are. They also made a change, so noise comment data is shared at every Airport Commission meeting, and they have now overlaid that with flight paths. Shocking, not shockingly, it's higher volume where we are closer to it. Those were the updates coming out of the Airport Commission meeting. For the public's knowledge, we hosted an annual convening of the chairs of our policy advisory commissions. This was to have a discussion about potential shared priorities that they might recommend to us as City Council and staff leadership when we do our annual strategic prioritization session on Saturday, May 13th. That's a discussion where we align on the priorities that we're going to work towards in the upcoming year. That is open to the public. More information will be shared. Our Finance Commission met, and in addition to having those priority discussions, they reviewed our economic development strategy, which is a document from 2017 or 2019, to check against progress and see how that would inform priorities. Some of those comments I'm bringing back to the downtown Winooski discussion later because they're relevant. But otherwise, we actually had made quite a bit of progress on that document, which is good news since we haven't had someone in the old community economic development officer role monitoring for that. The Planning Commission met as well and kicked off a discussion on creating a new design review district. So this would add another layer of review to the permitting process in a designated part of the city. They haven't discussed exactly what that looks like or even where they would want to suggest a district be. It's a strategy that they want to consider related to historic preservation. I'll bring back more information on that as well. And then a reminder that next Thursday, the 27th, they're having a public hearing on some proposed changes to our land use regulations, including creating incentives to retain historic building facades by exempting mixed-use and non-residential projects in our business district from minimum parking requirements, and in residential districts allowing an increase in lot coverage of 10%. Updates to our minimum parking requirements, including new bicycle parking requirements and incentives for underground parking and electric vehicle charging stations, and increased requirements for off-street loading space and screening for trash receptacles. So public can come and learn more about those changes and also make comments for them to consider. Last week, I also attended a monthly meeting of the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance. So this is a large sort of coalition group, including housing providers and sort of social service areas, folks from across the county. Myself and the Winooski School District Wellness Coordinator attended, as well as some folks from Burlington School District to discuss essentially that school staff are serving and becoming sort of front line of discovering housing instability issues with families who are in connection with the school. So there was discussion about how agencies that are actually resourced and able to support with housing could resource the schools so that they're not trying to do that service on their own. An action planning process will come out of that in the future. And Elaine and I, on Saturday, were able to attend an event at the Winooski School District to meet with parents in our multilingual communities. There were 4 different linguistic groups present who we were able to meet with. We shared some information on housing, voting, basically what the city does, and then took their questions and answers. There were some other agencies there too. It is something that the school organized beyond just the scope of city services. We are hoping that that will become a permanent, ongoing event, but we'll have more discussion there. And then finally, congratulations to the school district and the community on the official completion of the capital project, which culminated with a ribbon-cutting ceremony 2 weeks ago. There's going to be a public open house May 12th. I don't know the times yet, but that will be forthcoming. So for community members who want to see the new building, you can actually get a tour and see inside. Okay, that's it for me. Bryn,
That's a lot.
it was busy.
Want to start off, the Infrastructure Commission is not meeting this month. We don't have enough agenda items. So we are going to cancel this month's meeting. But I imagine there will be lots to talk about after our retreat next month on May 13th. Green Up Day is May 6th, so just make sure you look for announcements in Front Porch Forum and through the city channels to get updates on where to go and find your bags and get additional details for locations, good locations to collect. So look forward to seeing a lot of folks out on May 6th. It's one of my favorite days of the year. The Bike Ped Master Plan has an advisory group open house, and that will be at the Bryan Community Center on April 26th from 4 to 7 p.m. So hopefully we do see a lot of members of the community come out to provide input and feedback on that. And if you can't make it, you can always reach out to me or city manager or the other counselors with some comments ahead of time. I think that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurora?
I don't have a whole lot, so Safe Healthy Connected people did not meet this month, also due to not having enough on the agenda. We were supposed to have a meeting of inclusion and belonging last week, but we didn't have a quorum, so we are still working on rescheduling that, as there are some items that we want to make sure to discuss there before coming to council.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Elaine, city updates.
Yes, thank you. As a reminder, the city clerk's office is currently still closed on Tuesdays due to staffing shortages and open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. Our summer teen employment program is now accepting applications. We have 3 seasonal part-time positions that directly support community engagement in Winooski. All 3 positions run in May and June this summer and pay $15 an hour. Youth ages 16 and up are encouraged to apply. The positions are counselor in training. This role supervises and supports participants in our after-school camps and community services programs. A library assistant that supports various operations at the Winooski Memorial Library, including circulation, programs, customer service, and administrative tasks. And finally, a Parks and Trail crew member. This person will help maintain Winooski's trails, parks, and open spaces with our recreation and parks team. Please learn more and apply at winooskivt.gov/jobs. And just a little bit of additional detail to Councilor Oakley's mention about the Chemin County Regional Planning Commission's open house and community workshop on the Winooski's bike plan. There will be a project presentation and questions and answers. This project, with support from the consultant, VHB, aims to create a comprehensive walk-bike plan for Winooski with a prioritized set of infrastructure recommendations and cost estimates for planning purposes. To learn more about that or any other item, please visit the news updates section of winooskivt.gov or look for updates on our social media platforms or Front Porch Forum channels.
All right, thank you. So we are finally to our regular items. First up is on for discussion or approval, Inclusion and Belonging Commission appointment for Ruth Steinmetz.
Yes, thank you. Our council liaison, Aurora, and our chair, Parker Silver, and myself met with Ruth Steinmetz last Monday. We had our application, but just to discuss in a little bit further her perspective and what she could bring to the commission. And we were really excited that that Ruth wants to become a member. We do have that opening available until June 30th, 2024. And she did receive all commission chair approvals. I believe she is here this evening just to introduce herself.
Via Zoom?
Yes.
I don't see her in the list.
Sorry, yeah, Ruth is not here with us this evening.
She's not, okay. So we're just asking approval to have her be a member. She previously was last year, but due to
I thought I
scheduling
recognized the
conflicts,
name.
she,
Okay.
could not make the commitment. But now she is excited, and we are really excited about her.
Great.
Yes, she has some more availability, and doing social justice work is something she's really interested in, and she, as Jenny said, has a really great perspective and thoughts on the work that we're doing.
Awesome. Any questions from council?
Just a curiosity, really, is Ruth's a business owner? Is it a Winooski business?
I think she said yes, yeah.
AA plus then.
Any questions from members of the public? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Inclusion and Belonging Commission appointment?
So moved.
Was that a motion by Thomas and a second by Charlie?
Sure.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to item B. This is just on for discussion. The Vermont Air National Guard 158th Fighter Wing Fire and Emergency Services. Chief Audi is going to come do a little introduction, and then we will meet our guests.
Good evening, and thanks for a little bit of your time. I'd like to welcome Chief Soder and Mr. Kelly, Environmental Compliance with Air Guard. I'm just going to open with a little bit of our relationship as far as City of Winooski Fire Department and the Air Guard, and then let you folks let them explain a little bit more. And we have a long-standing relationship with the Air Guard, with the fire department. They precedes me as chief. It's been in place for many, many years. We continue to evolve that relationship. We've assigned them to first alarms here in the city, so if there's a credible report to our dispatchers of smoke in the building, a sprinkler alarm activation, a natural gas leak, those sorts of things, they're automatically dispatched with Winooski, St. Mike's, and St. Mike's Rescue. So we rely on them heavily. Those are fairly new changes with the first alarm. Again, as our relationships evolve as chiefs, it's a relationship that proves very valuable for us. I'm getting 4 or 5 of their folks with an officer on their truck. They're highly trained in both structural firefighting and technical rescue. So again, they're a very valuable asset to see come into the city. 22 over the calendar, they were in 12 times into the city. And again, the first alarm is fairly new for us. So since January 1st to current, they've been into the city 11 times. So we expect that number to continue to grow. Part of that growth is also Winooski has been put on the Phase 5 emergencies at the airport. When there's a large event at the airport, we now respond to the airport. So since January 1st, we've been there twice. So it's a relationship that goes both ways. Obviously, they come here more than we go there. But I guess I'll stop there and I don't know what questions or updates.
I appreciate your time. I'm Brandon Soder. Thanks, Chief, for the kind words. Fill you in a little bit about myself. I've been in the military 22 years. I've been a full-time employee at the fire department for 20 years now. Been the full-time fire chief for 2.5 years. I've been the military fire chief for 4 years. So as a fire chief, I'm relatively new to the game, but I'm not new to the area and building the relationships, the personal relationships that it takes to be successful as a team and interorganizationally. We're here to look to build upon what we already have. So as Chief was getting at, we've made some modifications to our response standards. We only anticipate those numbers to grow. I'm not going to sit here and sell you a story that's not true. We're getting busier. And it's good to have all the help and the friends that you can have in the event that you need them. And that's not lost on us. What we bring to the table, like Chief said, is training that the state not necessarily can't offer, but doesn't offer on a regular basis. So we have the accessibility to go nationwide with our schools, with our rescue training, with our hazmat training, with our aircraft rescue firefighting training, with our knowledge of how the rest of the U.S. does firefighting. We send people everywhere to train with, other Air Force bases, city fire departments, and we meet so many different people from so many different walks of life, not only here in the Northeast, but as an example, I'm taking 15 of my people out to Alaska for 2 weeks of summer to see how they do things. So it sounds real tough, but we're going to go observe how they do things up north. On top of all that, last year, out of 51 emergency responses that we had, 244 of those are mutual aid. So we're going off the base, and we're servicing the communities at no cost. We're not asking for anything in return. Obviously, if something gets damaged during a call, that's where insurance kicks in, so we don't hold the cities or the fire departments liable. It's the insurance companies. I guess to put that in perspective, we're in the top 20 as far as the DoD is concerned with emergency responses. We ran almost 1,000 calls last year, and we're on track to beat that. So we're here. We want to be utilized. We have the talent. We have the resources. We have the people. We're hungry, and we're just looking to kind of, here we are. This is what we do. Who we are. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly here to introduce himself and give his backstory.
Yep, I'm Shannon Kelly. As Chief mentioned, I'm the environmental manager there with the Air National Guard. And so I work closely with the fire department as needed, dealing with the various foams that we've had over the years. And I'm there to support them, and sometimes they support us in times of our need if it shows up. So I've been there about 8 years, and I've seen lots of good things. Working with the fire department there, here with the Air National Guard's been a great experience for me. So I really appreciate what Chief Soder brings to the table. And it's been interesting getting to know each fire chief out in the community, because I don't really interact or engage or interface with them. So thank you for allowing us to be here to share the story.
Well, thank you guys for coming in. We haven't had this opportunity in the past. I know you've been a part of the mutual aid structure, and so it's good to actually have a chance to ask questions or get to know you better. Also want to just appreciate the increased service level that we're providing, or you're providing here. Given the challenges with staffing for the fire department, it's great to be able to collaborate more like that. Are there any questions from council?
I have a couple questions.
I have a couple questions.
You go first.
Sure. Yeah, first, I'd like to echo what the mayor said. Thank you for everything that you do for Winooski. I'm pretty sure I've seen your trucks at some of the bigger fires we've had recently, so much appreciated. I was wondering, I know that there's that you all at the Guard, both sides, are experiencing some staffing issues. Have you noticed that is that impacting your fire department staffing as well?
Thankfully, no to the full-time force. I think just due to the region, the military is not as a high demand occupation as other regions of the U.S. So recruitment on the military side can be an issue. Thankfully, we've increased our efforts and we're good now. But we've fought really hard to get numbers up and staff the military side of things. But we're getting plenty of applications for full-time status.
Awesome. I'd be remiss without asking a question that I've heard from constituents and circles around Front Porch Forum. I've recently received a briefing, so I kind of know what the answer is, but if you could maybe talk about the the mechanisms that you have in place that you can discuss of if there were to be a fighter jet crash or something like that up at the base,
Up at the base or
anywhere in the area.
Anywhere?
But yeah.
So a little bit about us. We have an AJUA, so a joint use agreement with the airport. We have the responsibility charged by the federal government as well as the city of Burlington to respond to a certain range that's 15 miles. Pick a point in the middle of the airfield, draw 15 miles, that's where we go automatically. I say 15 miles, that's not the limit, right? If something goes down in Plattsburgh or over the lake or, southern Vermont, New Hampshire, will provide our assistance as necessary, depending on how far away, depends on what resources we can send in an expedient fashion. I guess it's all case by case. In the immediate area, however, we would send a full response, and as it's our duty to take care of the federal, the national security interest, as well as the federal asset, as well as the surrounding community. So I would show up, work hand in hand with Chief Audie, in a unified command, and more than likely direct aircraft rescue firefighting operations, and advise him in his capacity when he's thinking about the total picture. And we would work together to make the problem go away as quickly as possible. So as far as our capabilities go, again, the F-35 is a new platform. It's a hot word right now. I get it. I understand. The 16s were when they were here. Everybody was nervous. I wasn't here for the transition for the 16s, but I heard all about it. What I would offer is, other than the national security aspect, we would treat it no different than a commercial aircraft crash. It's another airplane. The materials involved, the chemicals involved, they're largely similar, just a smaller package. The only thing that differentiates it are, it has things that go boom sometimes on it. So, and when I say that, that's no different than any other Air Force installation.
Great, thank you so much.
Follow-up question on that thread. So you said like the materials are similar, but the concern I've heard from constituents is that the materials of the F-35 are specific, like the coating or something is specifically more flammable or more toxic than a regular aircraft, a commercial aircraft.
So I can't speak to the chemical makeup. I'm not the expert on that. I just put the fire out, right? That's what we train our people to do. We are trained to keep vapor down, suppress vapor through water foam application, and make sure that the scene is safe. Every bit of information that we've received says if we're doing our jobs right, I'm not going to say no risk, there's always risk, right? But it makes it reasonably safer around the surrounding area. It just really boils down to how quick can we get there and how quick can we put water on fire. As far as the coating goes, again, I can't speak to it, but what I would offer is the construction of the plane, the carbon fiber composites. They're in every commercial aircraft that's been flying here since the 40s. It's no different.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, and thank you. It's really nice to meet you. We have heard the unfortunate train derailments happening elsewhere in the United States, and obviously we have an active railway here in Winooski. Are there drills that your team runs through to respond to train derailments in the area?
In my career, I've attended, I want to say, 2 or 3 train incident classes, and they were offered down in the city of Burlington. I couldn't name dates because I have a terrible memory, but I know I haven't been there. What I would offer is this: we would treat it no different than a mass jet fuel fire, mass flammable liquid fire. They call for a large amount of agent, meaning water foam mixture, to put them out. You can spray water on them all day long; it's just going to spread the problem.
So the biggest risk for us railroad-wise is the locomotive. It's wood chips that come through here. This is not an open hazmat line. I'm not saying it's not in the area, but Winooski specific, the biggest risk for us is the locomotive and the fuel loads that are on that. So it'd be a combination of response to the Vermont hazmat team. If it was a fuel fire, we'd obviously be looking for folks off the airbase to help us with foam agents, with that large of petroleum, that sort of thing. So I don't want people to think that there's 60 cars of, chemicals rolling through. It's much different. The circumstances that happened, what you're specifically talking about is, train traveling 45, 50 miles an hour, several cars of chemicals that derails. And what you see here is wood chips going to the McNeil plant, back and forth.
Thank you, that's reassuring and very beneficial clarification for our residents. As a follow-up to that, obviously another thing that is kind of a hot topic environmentally speaking is PFAS, PFOA, and its presence in foam suppressant. And can you go into any detail about how that's being addressed or mitigated with the new regulations that surround PFAS contaminants?
I mean, I can answer to what I know, and then I'll kick this one to Mr. Kelly here. So what I can tell you right now is we are on a C6 short chain foam, and there are significantly less PFAS, PFOA elements present. And compare that to what the state has in stockpile, which is the legacy old version, has the longer chain PFAS, PFOA, more harmful to the environment. The state has put in place, and please correct me if I'm wrong, an ordinance or a law regulation that they cannot disperse that foam. So it is my understanding that we are the only ones with the federal exemption to actually use the foam. And when I say use the foam, it's our foam, the shorter chain. I can say with pretty good confidence that in the next 18 months or so, we are slated to get a PFAS, PFOA-free solution to AFFF. So it is on its way. And again, being a DoD government agency, I'm pretty confident in saying we'll probably be one of the first agencies in the state to receive it. So there's hope on the horizon. This is a relatively new thing for us as well. We've been using this stuff for years and thought nothing of it, and then all of a sudden, 10, maybe 12 years ago, we started hearing rumblings, and now here we are.
That's great news. And then just curious, on a different front and related to the expanding relationship and partnership we have with you and with our city fire department, do your teams tend to run joint incident command drills?
I think that's a case by case. I think we're all wise enough and not too proud to cede some ground when someone else has a little more knowledge in that arena. I'm not going to challenge the chief on his buildings or his city. He's just going to tell us where he wants us and what he wants us to do. I would say if it's the one-off, if it's a tech rescue call, aircraft call, or whatever, we would consult each other heavily. And we run annually and every 3 years. We run drills annually that test that capability for us, and every 3 years we run a mass casualty incident on the airport that truly tests how thick that fabric is before it starts unraveling. And we have 8, 12, 15 agencies responding, and we have a representative from each talking to us while it's all going on. So it's never been an issue before. I would say Chittenden County's small enough to have that luxury of we're not too proud, and we all realize that we don't have enough resources to handle it as one department. We need to work together on it.
Yeah, I would expand a little bit. That was part of my desire to get on the phase responses. And that's a larger, by virtue of a phase 5 being declared, it's you're practicing it, right? And you're being immersed into a larger, where they're bringing almost every department in Chittenden County together, and they're filling the incident command roles. So it was important to me for Winooski not to be sitting here listening to it in the city, knowing that we could be impacted. We want to be there and be part of whatever's going, because reality is if something, God forbid, happens here in Winooski, all that is coming here. So we wanted to be part of it coming here, not just all of a sudden have it come into the city. Secondly, I can relate to our fires recently in a debrief that was just done. And there's 15 fire departments that were in here on Main Street for the 3 structure fires. Chief Palmer was in charge of that call as the incident commander, and I stood with him. But there were several chiefs The Burlington chief, the Williston chief, the Colchester deputy chief, we're all part of our incident command. So the fire service is very well rehearsed and how that functions, and you just don't know who's gonna show up. I mean, Chief Soder could show up tonight, in the city, and you learn as a chief, you absorb that into your system, and, a word I heard the other day was, out of the chaos on Main Street, it was a choreographed, dance of hundreds and hundreds of years of experience that, everyone there, but specifically the ops chiefs were able to pull together 100 firefighters on the ground in 3 different structures. One minor injury, that says a lot on what the systems are and the integrity of them.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. Obviously, there's always an ever-evolving workforce, and having the strength of the partnerships and the expanding phases and drills, and it just helps with response and coordination. So it's great to hear. Thanks.
Any other questions from council?
I think any of the ones I had were answered.
Okay. Let's open it to members of the public then. Anyone in here? We don't have enough microphone space. Yeah, would you mind coming up to, just so we can get you on the microphone for the recording?
Hi, I'm Camille Clark. I guess one of the questions I had, it wasn't answered, but it is, what is the amount of toxic chemicals, fibers, and particulates after a F-35 crash and fuel fire, regarding like the military carbon composite body and the coating of the F-35s? And that wasn't answered, but where would you find the answer to that? And is that would have to be available to the public?
I don't think there's a definitive answer on that. I think every crash is different in its own right. It depends on the size of the crash, how far spread out it is, how far the contamination goes. And I can speak to this, that if there is an incident, there's a reclamation effort, and there's data that backs the effort. So if there's so much, and actually I can defer to Mr. Kelly here, but the chiefs I've talked to that have actually ran incident command on the F-35 crashes, the cleanup effort is more extensive than the response. It's far more extensive, and I can't even imagine. So I am in communication with chiefs who have actually real time on these incidents. And I can defer to Mr. Kelly because he's been in charge of the environmental program and overseen some of these efforts with other materials.
Yeah, I think you answered it pretty well. I don't think there would be a defined amount. It would just be based on, did the plane break in half, 2 pieces, was it shattered into many pieces? I mean, really, it would depend on what type of crash or what the extent of the crash site looked like. I think that would be really the best answer without providing a quantitative answer to your question.
And if there was a crash, what area of the land would be evacuated in the event? And for how long would that remain evacuated in the event of an F-35 crash?
Again, that all depends. It depends on a structure fire, it depends on a car accident, it depends on an aircraft crash. It depends on how large the incident actually is. It depends on what the federal agencies involved deem a secure area. It would depend on how long the investigation took, and it would depend on how long cleanup efforts took. But that would go with anything. If it was a suspicious fire, the area would be off limits for so long, nobody could go around to touch anything around it. If it was a massive car accident, the interstates would be shut down indefinitely until it was cleaned up. So it's no different, just on a either larger or smaller scale. It depends if it's a Cessna or a commercial airliner.
And as far as the firefighting foam, is there like a full list of the toxic chemicals and the concentration available to the public?
It has a safety data sheet that that accompanies that. It would be, yes, it would be publicly available. Yep.
Camille, are you close to done? Could I move to some other commenters, or do you have anything left? Okay, thank you. There's several folks attending on Zoom, so. Oh, and we had the pre-signups. Paul, please direct us.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to go in order of comments received. And so we have Marguerite Alderman under Bob Ackland's name. Marguerite, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sure
we can.
Okay, as the coordinator of the Vermont PFAS Military Poisons Coalition and a Winooski resident, I am here to ask you to vote no on signing the hold harmless indemnity agreement between the Winooski Fire Department and the U.S. government and VTANG. Other cities and at least one state across the country have refused to sign this agreement, and I urge Winooski to be one of those cities that says no to it. We must not give up our right to hold the U.S. government and VTANG liable for using hazardous substances that result in exposure to, pollution of, or contamination to air, land, water, person, or property that may result in response actions under CERCLA, which is super fun, RCRA, or any other federal, state, or local laws. Winooski is already an environmental justice zone, according to the EPA's new analytical tools. And in reality, we are a sacrifice zone. We must protect our city and our residents from the harms of PFAS, firefighting foam, and other hazardous substances. And many of us never thought that the F-35 should be stationed in such an urban, densely populated area. We fear a crash in our community. The smoke produced from a burning F-35 would contain microscopic fibers and plastics known by the Air Force to be carcinogenic, mutagenic, and toxic. And such materials could inflict permanent lung and neural damage and even death if inhaled. Frankly, it doesn't matter if we sign this agreement or not. I bet you're asking why. Well, because the agreement states that even if we don't sign it, we can't hold the United States liable for any harm that it causes. However, we must not sign it for the following reasons. There are over 600 military sites that are Superfund sites, contaminated by hazardous materials. More are being identified every year. And here's the sad truth. Of 50 sites with the highest PFAS level contamination, only 9 have cleanup plans that are being developed under Superfund law. Not a single cleanup plan has been finalized, and little actual cleanup has begun anywhere. The DoD has been great at dragging its feet. Because the DoD, Department of Defense, has known about the toxic effects of PFAS pollution for decades. The timeline for what the DoD knew about PFAS starts in 1973, and it continues until 2000, when 3M, the primary maker of PFAS, was going to stop making it due to evidence of its hazardous health effects. But DoD waited another decade to issue a risk alert to its own service members and did not take steps to replace AFF until 2015. And what's more, the new PFAS replacement has been linked to many of the same health effects as those caused by the original firefighting foam. The DoD is supposed to also follow state laws around PFAS and hazardous substances, but the Defense Department is going back on its word and is refusing to comply with state laws. So far, at least 4 states have used state regulations to try and compel military bases to take cleanup action on PFAS, and each state has been met with resistance or counter lawsuits by the DoD. The states are New York, Colorado, New Mexico, and Michigan. PFAS firefighting foam is still used broadly by a lot of firefighting units across the DoD. The Forest Service, commercial airports, and many state fire departments also use the fire suppressing foam that contains PFAS. While the Pentagon has phased out the foam for training to reduce exposure, it's still present in airline hangar sprinklers, and it still can be used in the case of aircraft fire or a plane crash. Please vote no on the hold harmless agreement, even if the vote is largely symbolic. I can assure you that there is a cost to this agreement, and we shouldn't allow a single department of the city of Winooski to approve it at our individual expense. We cannot let the DoD continue to be irresponsible in its use of PFAS firefighting foam, refuse to recognize or treat its own service members, and take care of the residents of communities affected by PFAS, and honor its EPA Superfund commitment to clean up the messes it creates in our communities, keeping us truly safe, which is what the military should do. Thank you.
Thanks, Marguerite. So to be clear, we don't have an agreement to vote on this evening, but Elaine, could you add some context, please?
Yeah, so for the public's benefit, the section that, Marguerite, Ms. Allen is speaking to is a request in the draft agreement that would require the city to hold V-Tank harmless for any issues found afterwards from the use of firefighting foam because of the PFAS. That's part of a larger agreement. It's an operational agreement, which is why it's not in front of council, but clearly it's been a matter of public discourse for some time. So I appreciate you bringing up the topic. We had a quick chat before the meeting started, and I'd asked council to get some other context about what it would mean if you directed me not to sign or negotiate a different aspect of that piece.
So the indemnity clause, it specifically lists in their foam. That's a change in the last 1.5 to 2 years, which is why we're pushing out the new mutual aid agreements. AFFF is, while I'm not going to dispute the fact that it does have forever chemicals in it, it is one of those things that is necessary in the job of Class B firefighting. When I say when Class B firefighting is flammable liquids. So if you have fuel, if you have oil, if you have anything that burns that's liquid, AFFF is going to put it out much more expediently than any other media that we have available to us. Now, what does this all mean for you in the city? There's a couple different scenarios here. One, you sign the indemnity clause, and we can operate just like we've been operating for, well, since I've been there and long before. Or you don't sign the indemnity clause, and we take it out of the agreement, and we don't offer those services to the city when something happens. And when I say that, it's not a threat. It's definitely not a threat, but it's just an advisory to, if you have a gasoline tanker that flips on the interstate and catches a neighborhood on fire and it spreads, it will spread. 10,000 gallons will make its way across neighborhoods. If you have a truck delivering fuel at a gas station here in the city and it starts leaking and catches on fire, that'll spread right downhill, all the way downhill. I'm not here to scare you. I'm just here to tell you the facts. I've seen a lot of fuel fires in my career, and I've seen what they do. I've seen them expand, and the only thing that I've seen that works is AFFF. I'm not going to dispute any facts about the chemicals that are used in the makeup of it. That's not what I'm here for. It's not what I'm here to speak to. I'm just here to advise and offer a service. If you don't want it, we can move forward peacefully, and we can sign the agreement without that clause. Not that clause, but that specific verbiage of the clause in there. There has to be some sort of indemnity to us as Winooski comes on and they operate with, to hold harmless and stuff like that. It's what happens in our world. It doesn't rule out negligence. So I will say that. I'm not going to get into too much attorney speak here because I'm not one. But what I will say is every department operates with some sort of indemnity. We show up to make things better, not worse. And that's the intent.
So I will say that, given that my intention would be to sign it with indemnity agreement, because we can't, the cost benefit there to not having that coverage option from V-Tank to me is not worth it.
Thank you. So I think we should continue public comment, but just for you all to consider if we wanted to provide different guidance to Elaine, then we would want to give that direction now and have this on the next agenda.
I do have one more note to add. We are the only agency in the state that can do mass application of this, and I believe the only agency in the state that actually can apply it. Vermont Hazmat has their hands tied. So Chief mentioned we'll call Hazmat. I'm not sure what good they're going to do. I've been talking to the Hazmat chief, and he's been instructed not to utilize his stores. So I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just here to offer you a resource. We're happy to help, and we're happy to help even if it means no. That's it. It doesn't stop the relationship. It just means it's a little different at the moment. And we hope to revisit it, you know, if that is in fact where we go with this, when we get the better stuff.
And it is reassuring to hear that we're expecting a PFAS-free product pretty soon, perhaps in time for the next round.
Thank you. Paul, can we go back to public comment? I know there were more signups.
Next up, we have Jennifer Decker. Jennifer, whenever you're ready.
Hi, I live in Heinsberg, and I just want to say thank you to the council for hearing my comments. I support the comments of Marguerite Edelman that were made earlier. I too would like to ask the council to decline to participate in a memorandum of understanding that doesn't prevent harm to the community of Winooski whenever you have the opportunity. I do believe there has already been negligence. I wanted to correct the comment that was made about short chain and long chain PFAS. Short chain PFAS have come about because the harm of the longer chain PFAS has been known for longer, and manufacturers have made 14,000 different PFAS chemicals, only very few of which have actually been studied. So having a short chain PFAS in the firefighting foam is not an improvement. I sent articles to the council on 10 F-35 crashes around the world. I'm glad to hear people asking questions about the plan in an event of an F-35 crash, and at the same time, it's ample evidence that we don't need the basing here in this community, and I think when we take a stand at any level, it helps to work on appropriate and healthy boundaries between military operations and residential communities. Right now, the public is unaware of the need that might occur as far as evacuation. There's no emergency plans and drills in place yet because people aren't talking about these issues enough. The fallout from the Fort Worth crash, which happened at the end of December, is that deliveries of F-35s and F-35 parts are on hold currently. My questions regarding VTANG is, what are you already doing to clean up the PFAS that you've already dumped in the Winooski River and Lake Champlain? It concerned me when I saw this agreement because I feel like instead of cleaning it up, they're trying to wash their hands of the problem at the expense of community health. And that makes me really sad. Some of the illnesses that are caused by PFAS are reproductive, including high blood pressure in pregnancy, developmental and cognitive delays and impacts on embryos, infants, and children. Over time, that also has affected the school budget. This is not something in the future, but something that's already happening. In addition, kidney, testicular, and other cancers and degenerative illnesses are caused by PFAS. It reduces the ability of the immune system to fight illness, and it impacts vaccine effectiveness. It interferes with hormones, including thyroid. It increases cholesterol levels, and it causes liver damage. I wonder how many kids you know who've died young or suffered seizures or other neurological conditions. I know a lot because I worked in public schools with special education. And I know a lot because of the impact on my own family. I'm urging the city of Winooski to do everything it can to reduce harm to residents perpetuated by VTANG. GUARD is supposed to stand for protecting the people. And so I ask those who are here on behalf of the GUARD and the fire department also to please protect us. Please use your voice to stand up for us and to share the truth that we are sharing. The students I worked with may sign up for the GUARD, and I can't imagine anyone here or anyone who chooses the role knowing that they would be signing up to partake in activities that cause us harm. I'd like to offer to those in the fire service that there's a movie called Burned, which is about the impact of PFAS on fire departments and people, you know, working in the fighting fires. You are very noble and you're very important to our society, but PFAS are hurting you too. In addition, I just wanted to mention the fact that F-35s are nuclear capable. So our community is a target in the event of a nuclear war, which is becoming more and more possible because of the conflict in Ukraine. So I wonder, do we also have fallout shelters? I have had tinnitus since the F-35s arrived in Vermont. I usually bring my headphones when I come into town. I had to move out to Heinsberg to get away because of the stress and trauma that it caused me. But even here in Heinsberg, my house shakes when the F-35s go over. So I would like to request some silence for us to consider the harm that's already been done to the most diverse town in the state and other surrounding communities. This is an environmental justice issue. And I would really like to ask the council, no matter what, to make sure that there's an education campaign to alert residents to the seriousness of the dangers posed by the National Guard base at the airport. So if I could just request a minute or 30 seconds of silence after my comment and just think about it, you know, think about the kids, think about the parents who've lost children, think about the families involved in special education. Think about, you know, the one day I was in Winooski and I saw the F-35s go over, and I was lucky enough to be in my car with the windows closed, but I saw somebody walking by and that person just literally screamed up at the sky after the planes went over. This is not good for our health. So please take a moment and just take this all in, and I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I want to lift up, she did ask a question in there about any efforts VTANG has taken to clean up existing PFAS.
Yeah, so about 6 years ago in 2017, we installed what's known as a granular activated carbon filtration system. And that's located in what was formerly known as our fire training area. So that's where the firefighters used to practice putting out fires within a contained area. So that's been in operation for about 6 years. Right now, we're waiting on the next phase, which is the remedial investigation. Within the CERCLA process, I think somebody used that term. That's the federal term. Some call it Superfund, but within military circles, essentially, it falls under a different category, but essentially it's under the federal cleanup process. So we're in line behind other Air National Guard and active duty military installations. Those who have public drinking water impacts are well ahead of us for obvious reasons. We're somewhere in the chute for the next phase of that. But right now, we have one bit of remediation going on the installation, and that's been going on for about 6 years. And that's just partial remediation of what exists. As our investigations have expanded across the base and off the base, there will be more remediation down the road in the years to come.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paul, next up.
Next up, we have Kara Montague. Kara, whenever you're ready.
Hello. Yeah, I would just support everything that Marguerite and Jennifer had to say. I find it shocking that the military is asking us to hold them harmless for the harm they've done. It's my understanding that military bases rank as some of the most polluted places on the planet, which also goes for all the way down right here into Vermont. That VTANG base has so many toxic chemicals leaching off it into the Winooski River, which then flows into our drinking water, which comes out of Lake Champlain. So it's unclear to me how that could be considered not affecting our drinking water. I don't think it's okay to hold them harmless for the toxic nuclear planes and the toxic foam that they use to put out those fires. And that's all. I really hope that the city council and the city manager can hear these concerns and take a stand against this pollution. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara. I don't think John Rauscher is on. I believe he shared before, though, our drinking water is tested for these and it comes up negative. Although I do believe that the river water has tested positive near here.
Right, so the Champlain Water District supplies the city's water, and I checked their report last year, and it's undetectable. And you've probably heard the news that the detection levels are the detection ability is not quite, it doesn't mean it's not there, but it's so low as to our current technology cannot detect it in our drinking water.
Okay, thank you. Could we have our next public comment, please?
So we also have a request from Bob Ackland. I know that Bob and Marguerite were sharing an account. Let me just see if Bob is with us. Marguerite, do you have Mr. Ackland with you?
Hi, I'm here. I presented a really brief written comment. I just basically am interested in acknowledging that the Guard is established to help people, and I appreciate the fact that they've helped fight fires. There have to be ways to speed up the delivery of AFFF foam, firefighting foam that doesn't have PFAS in it. It does exist in some countries in Europe. And I'm frankly just amazed that the spokesperson for the Guard couldn't give us more of an idea of what kind of evacuation would have to happen if there happened to be a crash within Winooski's boundaries of an F-35 that has, to my understanding, it's coated with chemicals to cut down on radar detection, and there's we're a very small community, and we need to be aware of this danger. So thank you for allowing me to say this.
Thank you, Bob.
Can I comment on
Yeah.
that? Forgive me, I don't remember your name. I would like to answer your concern. The problem with giving you a specified evacuation area is no incident is a cookie cutter. I can't tell you how it's going to land, how it's going to crash. I can't tell you where the debris field's going to be. I can't tell you the wind direction for that day. I can't tell you the humidity for that day. I can't tell you the precipitation levels for that day. And I can't tell you how much support we're going to get from the outside communities immediately, as well as what the traffic conditions are like, what our response times are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would love to be able to give you an answer. There are very few certainties in our career field, and when we show up, what we see is what we get. So we have checklists that are developed over years and years of training to set us up for the best success possible for the responders and the general public. That all can change as soon as we arrive on scene, and it's not what we were led to believe. So I would just like to put that expectation of realism in there. And again, the same holds true for any aircraft that flies in and out of here. It could be a helicopter, it could be an experimental aircraft from Beta, it could be a commercial aircraft liner, it could be a large frame aircraft that have frequented here that we have to plus up our staffing for. So we are prepared as we can be as emergency responders. And I think the chief can agree with me on this, Chief Audie. We do the best we can to prepare, and then when we show up, it all goes out the window, and we have to figure out based on training what to do next.
Thank you. Can we have our next speaker, Paul?
Next up, we have James Lease. James, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. The military has regulations related to protecting civilians. And they're very strict regulations, and in 5 different ways, the military is supposed to conduct its operations in a way that that avoids harming civilians. And one of those regulations is called distinction. That requires the military to keep its operations separate and apart from populated areas. Now, this regulation, this area of military discipline, is being violated every day that the Vermont Air National Guard conducts training in a densely populated city and low over other cities like Winooski. So it is certainly within the right and correct procedure for Winooski to demand that the military conform to its own regulations and find ways to itself enforce those regulations. The best way to protect Winooski from the toxic chemicals emitted by a possible crash of an F-35 and from the toxic chemicals of the firefighting foam that would be used or could be used in response to such an accident is for the request by the citizens of Winooski in the vote, the town meeting vote in 2021, which was to request that the state halt the F-35 training in a densely populated city such as Winooski. That's the best way to protect, not just against the noise, against the crash, against the targeting by U.S. enemies of F-35. It's against every possible harm that this is producing, is to do what the military's own regulations require. Maintain a separation from populated areas. There are plenty of places where the F-35 training could be conducted so that it doesn't hurt civilians or imperil the lives of civilians. Particularly harmed are children. This is like so outrageous that the children of the city and of multiple cities should be endangered by conducting training operations in a city where we now have to face PFAS chemicals and toxic emissions when the carbon composite body of the F-35 and its stealth coating burn. The combustion products are not just water vapor and carbon dioxide like they are for fuel. The carbon composites that are, these military carbon composites don't burn completely. All kinds of chemicals are released, including the ones that caused a tremendous loss of life in Bhopal. I mean, there's just a mixture of chemicals, and these chemicals interact with each other in the human body. And then there's the fibers and particulates that are very fine and get into the alveoli of the lungs and cause lung problems. This is not something that should be experimenting with in a city. It should be far away from populated areas. So I really support what others from the community have been saying, and I urge the City Council to take appropriate action to protect the people of Winooski. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
I just want to point one thing out. You mentioned carbon monoxide or dioxide. All of the toxic chemicals that you were listing off, minus with, forgive me, I'm not a technical expert on the coating on the aircraft, reside in your homes. So as materials burn in your homes that we enter, that we fight fires on, they have all of the very same signatures, the PFOS, PFOA elements in their makeup. Whether you buy furniture, whether you buy refrigerators with refrigerant in it, the list goes on and on and on. I'm not here to tell you that firefighting isn't dangerous, because it is. I'm not here to tell you that the world is free of hazards, because it isn't. But I would just, I would temper expectations when we even respond to a structure fire, because there are toxic fumes far beyond carbon monoxide and dioxide.
Thank you. Paul, do we have anyone else?
A follow-up comment from Jennifer Decker. Jennifer, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing I wanted to say about the evacuation that I've come up with is just, I just want to mention this to everyone in this space, is, check the wind direction and drive in the opposite direction, especially with your children. The other thing I wanted to say is in regard to the drinking water discussion, because there are many locations around the state of Vermont where the level of toxins has not been detectable, and that does not mean that it's not in the water, and it is still a major concern because these chemicals bioaccumulate not just in our human bodies. Everyone who's listening to me already has a lot of PFAS in their bodies. But, also in plants and animals, the fish that people are fishing for on the Winooski River. And when children go swimming in the Winooski River, I feel like it might be better if the city also puts up hazardous warning signs to prevent people from fishing or swimming in the Winooski River until such a time as we all realize the importance of thoroughly cleaning up the impact that the VTANG base has had. In addition, if one of our houses was to burn, sure, it would release some toxic chemicals from our carpets and our refrigerator and fabrics and things like that, but it wouldn't be at the scale or the scope of an F-35 crash. So it's not a realistic comparison. So once again, I just really want to ask those who work for the Guard and work for fire departments to please, please, please protect us by using your voice to take a stand against those things that we're raising today as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is that the end of the signups, Paul?
That is the end of the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Two more redirects, and I'm sorry. I do want to mention, someone had made the comment, and forgive me, there's been a lot of people talking tonight, that the DOD is not taking care of its people. Again, we were made aware of this situation maybe 10 to 12 years ago and made efforts to swap out the AFFF. It is mandatory that all DOD firefighters at this point in time be offered PFOS, PFOA blood testing to get a feel for what it's done to us over our careers. Again, I'm lumped in with that crowd. Not going into my personal feelings on the matter. However, they are doing their best to figure out if there is an issue and how big that issue may be. So they're doing their best to take care of us. The other important note is someone had mentioned it. I want to thank them for having an accurate fact on this. Is we do not train with our phone, and we do not do open testing. So what does that mean? We have a cart, and forgive me, the name escapes me, we have so many things. We hook up 2 hose lines, and it internally cycles the foam to make sure that it is of the correct viscosity and chemical makeup, and at no point is any foam dropped on the ground and made into the system. And I also want to point out that it is federal regulation, not only on the DoD fire side, but also the environmental side, that if any drop of that hits the ground, is instantly reportable. So there is that reassurance, and all of my employees have that directive. To date, I don't think we've had to really file any reports, which is awesome. So we're very careful about what we do with it. We understand that it is a sensitive topic, and that also us working around it, take it seriously.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from council?
I have one. The foam in question, the short chain foam, is that used at every response where there's a fire? It's specifically in the case of liquid contaminants, stuff like that? Or an aircraft which may spill fuel?
Famous answer, it's complicated, right? Okay. If it is a Class B type fire, flammable liquid fire, and it was requested through a town that had a valid mutual aid agreement, we absolutely would acquiesce and follow the incident commander's instructions and say, hey, put foam on that. On the airport, we're given the green light due to the AJUA. That's kind of our safety zone. And then right now, as it stands, if you don't sign that indemnity clause, we cannot use that foam on a commercial aircraft crash outside the fence. So right now, it is on military assets only. It's where federal jurisdiction kicks in. Again, I'm not an attorney. I can't speak to the ins and outs of it, but that's my directive, and that's what I'm operating on.
Thank you.
Yep.
So as you heard me say locally, AirGuard's a huge resource for us, and part of that is the Class B capabilities, right? I mean, super complicated game day decision, as Chief said, God forbid if something happens here in Winooski. But to take that completely off the table for us, that's huge. Our decision making really changes, right? Our ability to quickly put that fire out and potentially mitigate it, immediate life safety hazard, knowing that there's an environmental piece to that needs to get dealt with. To take that off the front side is huge. We would have zero capabilities other than regular water, which isn't going to help in those situations. And probably worse.
Understood. Thank you.
And if I could, I'd just like to clarify a point, because I think it's really quite important in this conversation. So if I understand you correctly, God forbid, say, a commercial airliner crashed in the middle of the city, I would imagine that would create a huge fire. If we did not sign the agreement as it currently is, you would not be able to respond with the foam that would put it out.
I will 100% clarify that, but that is my understanding of what I've been told.
Thank you.
But I will get you an answer very, very soon.
Anything else?
I have a clarifying question. There was comment made earlier, and I didn't quite catch it. You had mentioned you're the only entity in the state that is using the foam right now, is that correct?
To my knowledge, we're the only agency permitted to utilize it. That is correct.
Okay.
Due to a state, I don't know if it's a law or a.
So the state has a cache of AAA foam that it can't use, meaning on the state side, not on the military side.
Right. So, and I just wanted to make sure I understood that, because I think you mentioned the state's hazmat team is not legislatively or by regulation authorized to use their cache. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
So when I say I'm going to use the hazmat team, right, there's lots of reasons to use the hazmat team, and if nothing else, they're going to be part of our strategy to mitigate and get to the point where, for lack of better words, I'm going to be trying to dirty someone else's hands as quickly as I can to limit the exposure to the city of Winooski, to all of you, to all of us, to all of me, understand the decisions that we're making and what those impacts are. The state has a whole different level of ability to make those types of decisions, financially, liability. They can help us, more than they'll hurt us in that decision making. So when I say, the hazmat team, that's really what, they're an expertise that I would be drawing in to try to limit the liability and exposures to Winooski.
Gotcha. Is there any reassurances you can give to our community about using it as a last choice?
Look, Class B, it could be, it could be the gasoline tanker that's, fully loaded, that's delivering to Chuck's Mobile, to the Shell stations, come down Main Street, in a residential area. It could be an event at our sewer plant that we want to mitigate quickly, protect critical infrastructure. There's a whole host of reasons why I would get to the decision point to use it. Not my first choice, but one that would be made fairly quickly, given, and that's, pre-planning, event pre-planning, building pre-planning, the community risk reduction efforts that we do. That's why it's so important, right? I mean, an airplane crashes in Winooski, it's a big deal. It's going to impact our complete 1 square mile, one way or another. It's going to be very, very impactful. A small electric beta plane that drops here, God forbid, is going to be very, very impactful. And you escalate it from there. Electric vehicle fire in our parking garage, the runoffs, and if it burns for 2 days, which is happening, it's not just an aircraft. There's several different situations that could be very, very impactful to Winooski, and we need the ability to have all the tools that we can in the toolbox to mitigate those as quickly as we can to lessen that impact, knowing that we need to be very mindful about the environment, obviously, and the future impacts that those decisions are going to make.
And a follow-up question to that. While the agreement has a clause for indemnification, is there any, I haven't seen the agreement, so I apologize if this question's obvious. Is there anything in the agreement that captures any support that's given, or financially, or directly for cleanup that's needed or warranted afterwards?
So again, that's why I use the word hazmat team, the state. That's where the city of Winooski would get its biggest resource initially in any sort of environmental cleanup or impact. again, the state has much more financial resources or ability and sometimes authority to order such cleanup, or mitigate short-term while we figure out who's responsible for said mitigation. Winooski doesn't have the resources to do that. We are going to be reaching outside of Winooski, and I am going to start with the state, Vermont, emergency management, hazmat, whatever resources the state, and they will, they are a valued partner, and they will be a very, very important one.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask for some additional clarification on that? So if the foam was used in Winooski, it's, we've reached out to state, but it's our problem to fix. There wouldn't be additional support from the folks at the military.
I may be speaking out of turn, and please correct me if I'm wrong. If it is a federal asset that we are protecting, we would be responsible. And I'm not,
Correct.
it's my interpretation. I'm not speaking to what the government will or won't do.
That is correct, yeah.
But
So,
if it's a FedEx plane,
yeah, you call FedEx.
we have a shipper, right? It's no different than a tractor trailer tips over on the interstate. We're looking at the shipper. We're looking for the responsible party. Again, the state will help us in that effort, making those, and they'll help us legally figure out those steps.
Right.
No, it's all good, Chief. And I think one important thing worth noting is VT Hazmat is a very important SME, so subject matter expert on the matter. And I would expect Chief or myself, if something happened on the airfield, to have them consult, absolutely. But I think it's important to set expectations. They're not an immediate response agency. It takes some time to mobilize and get resources to the incident. So I think that's the other key factor that needs to come into mind. You're lucky if you have one 5 minutes from you, but more often than not, they take 2 hours to mobilize and get to you. So 2 hours into an incident, we're already done making decisions. If we're doing our job right, hopefully the fire's out, and we're trying to figure out cleanup at that point. Again, I'm not speaking ill of Vermont Hazmat, but it's a program that's designed to cover the entire state.
It's not like a fully staffed team. I mean, Chief Palmer happens to be part of the hazmat team, so at any given time, his phone could go off and he could be going to Brattleboro. I will connect a couple dots for you. J&B Fire, everyone knows the trucking company over by Costco that burned a few years ago. I happened to be the first one on scene there, and there was 8 tractor trailers on fire, and approximately 90, I'm gonna say 80 to 90 truck tires, a paint booth. There's a lot of nasty there. The hazmat team was called within the first few minutes of that, knowing that we were gonna have firefighters that need to be decontaminated. There needed to be some mitigation on site to a runoff. But they were an integral part of what that cleanup was. Not only to get us out of there safely, there's thousands and thousands of dollars worth of gear that was trashed. It was put in trash bags and people picked it up and it will never be worn again. It's been destroyed. Hose. They made those decisions of, no, you should not take that back to your Winooski firehouse and try to clean it. It needs to stay here. And they're the experts. They brought a lot of that expertise and resources to the table that we just can't man or have the expertise to do. Does that make sense?
Yep, I think for me, it's just ensuring that it's not, foam isn't necessarily the first choice or the first go-to, but used when necessary, with professional expertise, factoring into that. And then ensuring that when it is used, that there are mechanisms for Winooski to mitigate our financial impact from that decision.
And again, for how far it goes, I mean, it starts with the relationship that we have. And by virtue of me being an arm of you, and the constituents, the residents here in Winooski, those decisions, any decisions like that, I mean, on an emergency scene aren't made easily in some cases. They're made with a lot of different walks of life, if you will, different levels of expertise. that come to the table. Again, 15 fire departments on Main Street, you know, several chief officers, hundreds of years of experience there in a melting pot, you know, trying to mitigate that situation. It's not gonna be any different if it's a plane crash or an oil truck, again, God forbid, but, you know, so it's super important in these relationships.
Yep.
That's where it really starts.
And then I just want to clarify, when I say financial impact, I mean, that goes from exposure to cleanup. It's kind of all inclusive, so just wanted to add clarity there.
Any more questions or comments from council?
I have one last one, and it's just, so, the foam is used only on Class B fires.
That is correct.
Thank you, that was it.
So we have a Class A foam, which is structural firefighting. It's a whole different foam.
Okay.
It's not even, it's a wedding, it's not even.
I do have a good example. I really do. This is very pertinent to the situation. General Aviation, so private airplane caught on fire, had 3 generations of family, and it went out in the news probably a couple years ago. I ran incident command on the airfield. We were able to put the fire out without using foam, while using water. I was the incident commander. I said, don't use foam, get it out with water. I think we can tackle this. Years of experience and training. Got it out. 3 generations, grandfather, father, son, made it out completely safe. So, instance where it wasn't our first tool in the toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
However, it was in our back pocket if we weren't making progress on the aircraft fire. So, good example, very, very upfront. Fire was out in less than 30 seconds. It was great.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for, responding to all these questions, coming here and sharing more information about what you do and addressing community concerns. We appreciate the time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I am going to call a 5-minute recess. So it looks like 7:45 by the City Hall clock. We will reconvene at 7:50. Sorry for another 5-minute delay. We are on item C, Downtown Winooski Mid-Year Update and Executive Director Introduction. Elaine, do you need to do any stage setting or?
Yeah, I'll just do a quick one.
You can come on up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Meredith, Melissa, why don't you both join us up here?
I've done this before, but so the city of Winooski is fortunate to have a nonprofit partner in downtown Winooski. They support and boost businesses throughout Winooski, not just downtown, for fairness sake.
Despite the name.
Despite the name. We do have a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, with downtown Winooski that lays out the shared expectations of how we partner, including activities they will do with the city contributes financially and how we connect. And they are here today to present their mid-year report. In the future, you can expect it earlier in the calendar year. This year, both the memorandum and this report were delayed because of staffing changes.
Awesome. I just wanted to say one thing on the cover sheet. I don't know if it's on.
Also, I made a mistake. Meredith has been here for 4 years.
Yes, it was 4 years, yeah. It's like, I know it seems like 3 years because the pandemic deleted stuff, but it was 4. I'm just actually 2 weeks shy of 4, so really I should be honest with that. So we, just to also give some history of the memorandum of understanding, the Downtown Winooski organization has existed for a very long time. In fact, in its inception, it was part of the city because there was no one to do this work. They had to have this downtown designation. It was part of the city. And then they quickly realized that having a little bit of separation between the downtown work and the city, the municipality, would be beneficial. Of the 23 downtowns in Vermont, only 1 is housed within a municipality. So that's pretty standard. I would say across the country, it varies a lot more. But in Vermont, it's pretty standard to have some separation between the municipality and the downtown work. That being said, it does change depending on, where you are. So in 2018, the organization was at a crossroads and essentially said, we can't continue the way that we have been. We are fully volunteer run and our funding is not sustainable, and we are either going to shut down and have some sort of changes where the municipality takes on this work, or we need to figure out something else. So thankfully, with city staff and council and a lot of other people coming together, this memorandum of understanding, the first one, was created. And through that,
We've tweaked it every year since then. It's been renewed every year with slight changes, usually to just better reflect what we're doing, better reflect what kind of metrics we want to see, better reflect how this can work. We are an independent organization. We're not overseen by the city, but we are allies and we want to work together. So if there are changes that need to happen, we can make that happen. So as we continue to work with different staff and different city managers and different councils, we will make tweaks as needed. So one of the tweaks that we made this year was to actually report on the MOU, which makes total sense in hindsight, to not just meet yearly to talk about what the MOU should be, but to talk about what we're working on. And so I did, there is a document that you should have at some point, and you can look at it later. I'm not going to go through it all because I would be very dry. But essentially what I wanted to highlight is that the city of Winooski and downtown Winooski have an incredibly positive relationship, which we're really grateful for. Downtown Winooski in particular, especially when I joined in 2019, we worked really closely with city staff on making sure that we were aligned with the economic vitality portion of the master plan. And that is actually pretty rare for a downtown org. I'm surprised to see how many downtown orgs in Vermont and across the country are not necessarily super aligned, and I think that is a mistake. And so I'm really grateful for the leadership that I had, on my side when I first joined, to make sure that we had that alignment, because it makes sense for us to all be going in the same direction. We don't need to be pushing and pulling. Certainly we'd like to push and pull where it's needed, but not at the get-go, not about basic things. So we're really grateful for that positive relationship. And also this MOU and this report that I'm talking about does not cover 100% of our programming, our projects, our work. This is simply what's in the MOU. If anyone has any questions about anything else, we're happy to provide more detail. I love providing more detail. I could always say more words, and you've been warned. So essentially, the downtown program is in existence because the city of Winooski is a designated downtown. So we need to have an organization or an entity in place in order to have that designation. And so we are that piece. We could do the bare minimum, but we want to serve our community. We have passion for not only the economic vitality, but the vibrancy of our community overall. We're 1 square mile, 1.2 square miles, maybe 1.5 I've heard. So some amount of square miles that are very small. And so we do serve the entire community, not just the downtown. But that is where this started. Our designated downtown does have lines, but our organization doesn't, if that helps. I did want to give a little bit of news. In 2022, actually that's wrong. The 2021, the 23 designated downtowns in Vermont formed a coalition. We worked together to receive some funding from the Preservation Trust of Vermont, and we were able to secure 3 years of funding for help to discuss our needs with the legislature, and also have a few of the people who are already working with downtowns, either in an executive director capacity or on a board, to be paid to do this additional work to make sure that our network is really strong, and to make sure that the state saw the need for capacity building and operations funding. For 25 years, the downtown organizations have been required to exist and have had no state funding, not a single cent, which is really shocking. And so it looks like there is funding in the governor's budget currently, and crossing our fingers and toes that it goes through. But the budget for next year looks like it does include a little bit of capacity funding for every downtown in Vermont, which is amazing. And it happened very quickly. We were expecting it to happen over 3 years, and it happened the first year. So we're really grateful to the Downtown Coalition and to be a part of that, and looking forward to kind of an increased, capacity building overall. We are, especially, downtown Winooski and all of the downtown orgs are incredibly small. And so sustainability is a huge part of what we're looking for. If we can't have sustainability, then we can't continue our work. And with the municipality in particular, with Winooski, there isn't a CETO in place in the city staff right now. And we don't claim to take over that role, because that's not at all what the situation is. But it just makes makes sense to have that piece continue, like keep those threads together. And so we're really, again, grateful for that positive relationship we have with the municipality. And again, I'm not going to say name names or throw anyone else under the bus, but it is shocking sometimes to hear the push-pull that happens on basic items with other municipalities and other downtown orgs when everyone's on the same team. Certainly certain details everyone can, disagree on, but we're just really grateful that Winooski has, in general, recognized from the start, from 2005 and its inception, and certainly in recent years as we've tried to ramp up and professionalize the organization, that we've seen just tremendous support and tremendous collaboration. And I don't want to speak for city staff or city council, but we have answered the call whenever we've been asked to be on a committee or asked to review something or asked to take on something with capacity when capacity wasn't there. And we're, really happy to be there and to be that kind of net, or to be that group, because, Winooski is a small community, and the truth is we're the only ones that are doing this work. And we're really grateful for that opportunity. We're really passionate about it. And, we want to continue that. So the report that I submitted, that you guys can review in your own time, is essentially goes through every program, talks about what it is, talks about what we're looking ahead to the next year, and talks about some metrics. So we have, everything from the farmers market to Winooski Wednesdays to the very first Winooski Pride, which we're really, so thrilled about, to talking about, business support, attraction, retention, talking about placemaking, and that kind of thing. So we have a lot of different areas that we're working on in conjunction with the city, and also working on our own, but making sure that we're aligning with the city. And so all of those details are in the report. I'm not going to go into that. Like I said, I think that if any other details are needed, I'm happy to provide them. And certainly if this is the first time we've done a report, so if there's other information that's needed, I'm not the only person that can answer. The next executive director is not the only person who can answer. We do have to talk to the board of directors, but any information or any tweaks that need to be made, we can certainly bring that to the board and see what they want to do. Anything anyone wants to say or questions before I make our next exciting announcement? And drum roll.
I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to wait, so either way, I can follow up to what you're asking now, if that's what you just shared, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Why don't we
Sure.
talk about the,
Well, congratulations on the funding, the state funding.
It's not congratulations yet, but sure.
Okay,
Yes.
knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood.
There's a
potential, yes.
It's looking positive.
Yes.
And then, is that separate from the Preservation Trust?
So the Preservation Trust was specifically for to organize a downtown coalition.
Okay.
It gave us money to create a website that was called the Vermont Downtown Coalition.
Gotcha.
It essentially gave us a lobbying body to be able to then hire someone to go and talk to legislature to figure out how to get that on the agenda. And yeah, like I said, it was for 3 years of funding because I thought it might take 3 years. And I think I wasn't there in the room, but I would only imagine that they were like, oops. It's been 25 years and we've never done this. Never mind. We need to add that right now. So I, again, was not in the room, but I would imagine that that's why it happened so quickly and that it's on the agenda. It's on the governor's budget, for this year.
And are all 23 designated downtowns participating in the coalition?
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's 100% participation. Mm-hmm. And we actually had we have someone that wasn't actually a designated downtown at the time of its inception, but they knew that they were going down that path. Actually, with the help of previous staff member here, Heather Carrington, the city of Hartford is actually joining the designated downtown. So they actually joined the coalition knowing that they were coming into the pipeline as a downtown when they were, I think, a village center at that point. So yeah, we're all together on it.
Nice, awesome.
Yep.
My brief question, and this might be more of a follow-up, but I noticed that Juneteenth isn't on here.
Oh, well, that would have been a mistake, and it's definitely happening. We are looking at a much smaller event this year since we don't have any city or other funding via city staff. We had funding for the last 2 years because of the equity director, and this year we don't have that. So I did not mean to not include that. It could be like hidden on the document. I know I wrote the report on it, but I will get that to you for sure. We will have information about Juneteenth on there. Sorry about that.
No worries, thank you.
Human error.
I assumed, but I want.
Yeah. We canceled it. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that.
I want to let you know that our last Finance Commission meeting, we were reviewing the Economic Development Plan.
Okay.
And there were a number of questions raised there about downtown Winooski activities.
Okay.
Mostly around like attraction and retention, so I won't dig into that now. When I get a chance to look through the report, we'll follow up. And they were interested in inviting your successor to a future meeting.
Fabulous.
to talk
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, we were very lucky to have sort of the heads up from the previous community economic development officer to talk about, like, here's how I did it. And I'm like, oh, here's how I do it. Because we actually were already doing some of that work, attraction, retention, sharing resources, holding people's hands through things, being the first point of contact if someone's looking to move into Winooski, those kinds of things. We were already sort of sharing that work. So then we were able to work together before she left to kind of talk about the strategy there. So we actually do have quite a good answer on that.
Awesome. And then the second thing I wanted to float for council is, I know I didn't get to look at this stuff yet today. And we, I think, only have one more meeting before we would have to give 30 days notice of changes. So I'm interested in having the MOU on the next meeting.
Okay.
In case we learn something out of the reporting or we want to make any adjustments.
Great.
And do you need a vote on that, Elaine?
Well, I was gonna say you could do that, or you could just direct me to delay signing as wanted. Of course, the board of downtown will have to agree to, but we could just like continue with current understanding until you're ready. But if you wanted to put it next time, you could just.
And there's precedent for that. We delayed the signing of one year. I can't remember for what reason.
We might have not had a city manager.
That would have been a good reason. I forgot that was a thing that happened. Yeah, there was a delay at one point, and I think it was for about 6 months or so. And it was basically, we're going to operate under this other MOU until it's signed.
Let's try to get it on the next meeting and avoid delay.
Just as the liaison to downtown Winooski, I just want to highlight the board's continuous desire and almost a need, I feel at this point, to plan events that are community focused as well as business focused. I think that the board could be extraordinarily narrow-minded in creating events that benefit the businesses and leave it at that. And I think that's close to what some other downtown groups do. And your board and you as executive director have always wanted to have that good relationship with community, city, government, and the downtowns. And, you know, when I'm unfortunately not in Winooski, the thing that I hear from folks all the time is the amazing things that our businesses and the downtown is putting on, especially during the summer. So I think I've said that to you privately, but I wanted to say it in council as well.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, we're not, we have to be focused because of capacity. We can't be everything to everyone, but we can be focused about maintaining our mission while also being integrated into the community and not operating as a silo.
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Is there, notice we have 2 farmers markets that occasionally happen on Sundays?
There's no overlap.
There's
So
no overlap.
there,
Okay. That was essentially what I was getting at. So.
Yeah. So the I assume you were talking about the 4 quarters.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So 4 quarters was working with one of the Winooski farmers market vendors who lives in Winooski and just said, hey, can we operate, and they were like, yeah, come on in. And then it's just grown over the years. We didn't have capacity to run or location to run a winter market. We were looking into it before the pandemic hit. We were looking into a couple of different community partners partners to make that happen. And they kind of were like, we're going to fill this gap right now. And they are agile and they were able to do it. So there is no overlap. When they know they're ending theirs a few weeks before ours starts. And so it's actually like a really great cohesive relationship. And we have a lot of, we've shared a lot. We've paid for some of their music. We've shared our vendor information and that kind of thing. It's kind of an interesting group. They, you know, they can't operate the same way a farmer's market does. They can't operate with NOFA support, offering crop cash and things like that. I mean, maybe they will in the future. I don't know. But at this point, it's more of a marketplace within a business as opposed to a traditional farmer's market like we run. But yeah, we're very in close contact. And so we, I think, support each other.
Great, that's awesome. And
Yep.
I learned so much more about the relationship as well as the operations, so that's great.
Yep.
Thanks.
You have another announcement?
I do. Guys, I have another announcement. So I am so pleased to say that I am just so thrilled with the next person that's coming in as our executive director. I'm not going to embarrass her, but I am going to say that we are incredibly impressed with her experience, and I knew it was going to happen. I'm going to embarrass her a little bit. That in the first week of working together, she's already just brought so many things to the table, had so many amazing ideas, has done some incredible work already, made inroads with some grants and made inroads with some other items that have been kind of on the list and in our minds for a long time. So we're very, very grateful. So I'd love to invite Melissa Corbin up to sit with me, and she can introduce herself.
Thanks for embarrassing me.
Yeah.
My cheeks are red.
Yeah. So Melissa Corbin comes to us from the Vermont Brewers Association. She was their executive director for 8 years, and before that, she was in Winooski, and so she has direct ties to Winooski. She's worked with a lot of different groups here, and we're just so grateful to have her. So if you want to do a little introduction, I think that would be awesome.
Thanks. Thanks for having me, and I'm really excited to delve into this opportunity. I've only been here for a week, so I'm doing my best to absorb everything that's coming out of her brain. There's been a lot of downloading, and the amount of knowledge and programming that's been happening is really exciting, and I'm really I'm thrilled to be a part of it. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to getting to know all of you and working with you to advance the organization built on the platform that Meredith and the predecessors have built before me. Yeah, I've worked in beer for the last 8 years, but you know, more specifically, I spent 5 years in Winooski working for Vermont Works for Women and building their social enterprise division. And so I am proud to say that I was able to be part of training 72 women in this community in construction and food service. And so I know a little bit about this community, having I lived here for a few years and worked here for 5. I have a pretty tight relationship with Ray. We built quite a lot of wonderful programming together over those years. And so although I've been away for 8 years, I feel like I understand the heart of this community, and it's a big reason why I wanted to apply for this job and come back and see what I can do to build on what I was able to do in the past. So thank you for having me.
We will have an official press release that goes out, so you can learn more about her background and all the nice things we're going to say about her. But we're super excited to get started. So I am stepping down. I'm officially stepped down, but I am not leaving Melissa in the lurch. We're going to be doing a lot of collaboration, a lot of support moving forward. And I'm excited to kind of help in any way that I can as a volunteer. And I'm excited to attend, maybe before my family leaves the state, attend some events as an attendee, which is going to be...
I'm sure that's going to be great for you.
It's going to be very weird. Oh, I probably will carry something. I won't be able to help myself. I'll be like popping tents up. But yeah, so I'm so thrilled. It's bittersweet, but I'm excited for this new transition. And like I said, I'm already just very impressed and very excited.
We've been having fun for the last week.
We have, yeah. We've been, exhausting ourselves. We've been having fun. Anything else before we step down?
Is there any public comments?
Oh, right.
Okay.
Well, I want to say welcome.
Thank you.
Very excited to have you. Excited to hear about your new ideas, and really cool to hear about your history and connections to Winooski, so that's fabulous.
Yeah, thank you. I lived here in the year 2000 for 3 years, so I got to see the massive transition from what the downtown was then to what it is now. So I'm really psyched to be part of the community again.
Awesome. Well, welcome back
Thank
in
you.
that regard. And sad to lose you. You've done so much in the last 4 years, and this community is tight and feels like a town. So many people say that it doesn't feel like a city, and I think that is in large part to all the work that you've done. So thank you so much for all of that, and we will miss you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I did want to embarrass you before we let you go.
Oh, go. Just try, Christine.
I mean, we all want to recognize your accomplishments in this role. You created what the executive director for Downtown Winooski has been as the first person. You've set a precedent for community engagement and care that Melissa's going to have some shoes to fill there. You created new connections in our community, strengthened existing ones, certainly expanded the scope and how many businesses are engaged. You've been instrumental to growing community events, from expanding Winooski Wednesdays, the Juneteenth celebration, your role supporting our once-in-a-lifetime centennial celebration. You bring new faces to the events and have benefited new community groups and businesses, as was discussed earlier. Like, it's more than just a business focus. So you've set a really strong foundation for the new executive director, for Melissa to build on and expand on your success. We're just really thankful for all your work. We're going to miss your unique energy and everything that you brought to this role, and really wish you all the best in your next chapter outside of our borders.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'll be back. Don't worry. You'll be able to hear me coming.
And Melissa, very excited to see what you transform this role into, and what it looks like to carry forward from certainly something more of like a startup effort to a really established organization now. So
Yeah. That's ultimately what it is. We wanted someone that wasn't Meredith 2.0. We wanted something completely different. We have discussed, though, that we're both women with M names, so there is going to be some confusion, and people will be like, wait, are you still Meredith? But we hope that people will very quickly pick up on the sort of new direction and the new energy, so we're really excited.
Well, thank you both for taking the time to come in.
Thank you for having us.
We'll see you again soon, Melissa, and we'll see you around there.
Yeah, I'll be around. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item D, personnel policy update.
I will attempt to make this as brief as I can.
Thank you.
Pretty simple, any policy change needs to go to council for, so we are seeking to update our current policy outlined in the manual regarding our health and wellness benefit. During the pandemic, there was a request to broaden our interpretation of health and whole body wellness, as many of the gyms and health clubs had closed down. So the precedent for this has been set by the FOP contract, which was approved by council in June of 2021. The current policy as it reads is that employees holding regular full-time positions shall be eligible to receive reimbursement for 80% of a health club membership subsidy, not to exceed $600 for an individual or family member. The city shall provide payroll deduction for membership dues less the subsidy, and this benefit shall occur on a rolling year from the date the employee enrolls. What we want to move it to is the employees, same number, same eligibility, employees holding regular full-time positions, 80% not to exceed $600 of costs related to health and wellness incurred by the employee, including but not limited to gym memberships, stress management and sleep applications, and fitness equipment. The subsidy will be at the discretion of the city manager and the human resources director, and the city again shall provide payroll deduction for requests paid by the city less the subsidy. This benefit shall occur on a rolling year from the date the employee enrolls. And as for our finance director, Angela, the likely impact will be negligible financially, given that the payment amount doesn't change. It's just our ability to open up and broaden that. Also has the potential for lowering our HRA payments in the future as more staff members are getting active and getting themselves feeling better.
Just a quick clarification, HRA is health reimbursement arrangement, which is how we supplement employees' health-related expenses, and FOP is fraternal order
Thank you. Sounds like a modern pivot.
Mhm.
Are there any questions or concerns from council?
I have a question. In the but not limited to, would that possibly cover like subscription fees? Say like you wanted to like subscribe to the Peloton app or something like that.
I believe it would be considered that. Again, it's at the discretion of the city manager and the resources director, but we're trying to open up for things like that. Looking at like your stress management apps, your health apps, they are pretty price friendly monthly, but they make you pay for the year, and that can be cost prohibitive for some people. So we want to open that up to them so they can still access those benefits.
Perfect.
So the short answer to that question would be yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to make sure those would be thought about and included, because some people have like a spin bike at home, but they don't have the app to use.
Yeah, we've talked about putting on a sample list so that people understand what they could ask for, because some people
Great.
might not have heard of the mask or something like that.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Does that include a reimbursement or subsidy to the pool?
I certainly would consider that.
Okay.
We approve ski passes, so.
Oh.
Okay,
It's comparable.
wonderful.
That's great. It's really great.
Any questions from the public? Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the personnel policy update on health club membership?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Thomas, second by Bryn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to item E, our operational overviews. Are you starting first, Lieutenant?
I believe so. Is that what I told you? Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. City Manager, Mayor, council members, my name's James Sharkalis. I'm a lieutenant with the Winooski Police Department. And hopefully it won't be too long. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so I'm just going to go over a brief overview of our what we do, operationally speaking. Actually, Paul, you can probably just go to the next slide. It's a little bigger. It'll show our staff and how we lay it out. Thank you. So we have 15 full-time police officers. We have 4 full-time dispatchers. As you can see, we have a chief, 2 lieutenants. We have 3 sergeants. Currently, we have 1 open sergeant position. However, we're in the works of starting a sergeant process. So hopefully, next few months, we have a full first-line supervisory staff as far as the sergeants go. We have 1 in-house detective. And the one thing that I do want to point out on this slide is that I'd be remiss if we didn't include the SRO. We still have an SRO at the school. And he just does phenomenal work. And we have a couple of part-time dispatchers, but really it's, the 3 dispatchers and the supervisor that holds down the fort for us. Next slide, please. What? Sorry, SRO stands for School Resource Officer, and I'll go into that more later. So what we do, we are a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 365-day a year operation. We offer a plethora of services. We operate with a 2-officer minimum, so at all times in the city, you have at least 2 officers. That's how we staff ourselves. We work 3 shifts a day, so we have a day shift, which is 7 till 5 p.m. We have a 3 p.m. till 1 in the morning, and then we have a 9 p.m. to 07, so 7 o'clock in the morning. And we do typically 4 10-hour shifts a week. And the chief, and with the 21st century policing model, we really wanted to focus on officer wellness, and having that 3rd day off does pay dividends in the long run. So you lose a little coverage, but we think it benefits what we do as far as long-term and retention. To have that extra day off, it does make a big difference, especially when you're working a midnight shift and your first day off, you're leaving at 7 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't really feel like a day off. So having that 3rd day at least gives people like a solid 2 days, especially when they're working overnights, to feel more restful and provide better service. In addition to like what I think are traditional police services, we are kind of like a frontline liaison. We connect residents to social supports. That could be anything from our community outreach team. After hours, we connect people with the ability to get protection orders or stalking orders, so we connect them with the online court system. We are mandated reporters, so we're constantly working with Department of Children and Families, DCF, and Adult Protective Services. So we're always kind of at the front line as far as phone calls that come in. It might not fall under our specific umbrella of what we do as a PD, but we are, like I said, a 24-hour agency, so we are constantly fielding calls that maybe aren't necessarily police related, but at least we can start that process to get them the services they need. And then the next little bullet point here is staffing has become an issue with nationwide and locally, and it's really important that even though we're in Chittenden County and it feels like we have probably more officers than most of the state, we still really need to build our partnerships with the mutual aid. It doesn't take long for us with 2 officers running in the city to get overwhelmed. So if we're at an overdose and it's requiring 2 officers and the phone rings and it's a domestic disturbance, we really value our partners, such as Colchester, come in so they can deal with that incident in real time and provide residents the services that they need and require and what they pay for. And that works both ways. You know, we're constantly helping out Colchester when they're tied up on a major incident, and, you know, Burlington, UVM, police services. So it's a good partnership, and it's necessary. The next bullet point, just want to talk about, you know, pre-pandemic, this was a big focus for our agency. Obviously with COVID, it slowed down, but the 21st century policing model really emphasizes the community outreach and the community policing. And Chief Hebert implemented many programs that we're starting to pick up again, kind of started in the summer. So you'll start seeing us with the Coffee with the Cop. We'll have the block parties, which we did a couple over the summer. We do the Operation Fire Cups during the holidays. We have partnerships with the Special Olympics when we do the torch run. And trying to think, oh yeah, and we also have a public safety camp that the SRO, the school resource officer, runs every summer, and that will be, I think, in June, which has a lot of the students being able to kind of see what we do, and it gives them a little hands-on feel of what it's like to be like a first responder, not just in police, but with fire and rescue as well. So hopefully you'll see more of that as we continue on with the year. And then this last little statement, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but really just kind of just says what we do. I've kind of mentioned the 21st century policing model. I brought up during our budget presentation in January, but just to give a little background, in 2015, former President Obama put together a task force, and it came up with 6 pillars, like building trust and legitimacy, relationships, a lot of community policing, and, you know, de-escalation tactics, guardian mindset, not the warrior. And so that statement up there just kind of falls in line with that 21st century policing model. The next little part, I'm just going to go through kind of just some numbers of what we do yearly. We traditionally hover around 8,000 calls for service. It was a little slower with the pandemic, but I think this year will probably be closer to 9,000. So we are a busy agency. Community outreach, which I'll talk about more as in the coming up slides, but they had 220 contacts, and they're a busy and very important part of what we do. Next slide, please, Paul. All right, so again, in addition to the hundreds of criminal charges that we file a year, a large part of what we do is community-based policing. And as you can see, our public assists are, you know, over 900 complaints, or what we do, incidents, 328 welfare checks. The mental health issues, I can't stress enough how, I don't know if we're more in tune to it or document it better, or if it's just, there's just more of it, but I feel in my 17 years in Winooski, it's daily. And as you can see, 407 mental health related incidents that we actually track, so that's more than one a day that we are responding to. It's a pretty heavy lift on everyone. And then the drug issue, you know, 30 overdoses, mental health stuff again, and you know, property crimes, which is probably in line with some of the drug issues which we're trying to address daily. Next slide, please. So just kind of giving you like updates since the budget presentation of what we've kind of focused on and what we're going to continue to focus on for the fiscal year 23. I don't want to get too much into the first bullet point. That's a very much influx, I think, discussion that is above my pay grade for sure. Just realize that I think it's still being discussed. There's been nothing concrete as far as where that's going to land. But I would like to tell you that we have an exceptional team downstairs, and it's very professional, and the service is A+. So everyone in the city is in good hands with who we have downstairs currently. A big thing going forward is going to be retention for us. And like I said, it's not just a Winooski problem, it's a national and statewide problem. And just want to make sure that we have, we're building the tools. We've increased our training budget. We want to make sure that who we have downstairs is happy and continues to function at a high level. And so we've increased the training budget. We've doubled it. I believe it's up to $15,000 now. And just want to make sure that we are keeping who we have and keeping a high level of service for the city of Winooski. Because like I said, it seems like we have, obviously the chief is probably going to retire this year. That's going to have another opening. And then you have just life in general that happens where people move and people decide to leave for whatever reasons they have. So retention is very paramount for us going forward. So next bullet is the school resource officer. A couple of years ago, there was a big kind of push / discussion, some community forums to say, is this a program that we want to continue to have? As far as fiscal year 23 and going into fiscal year 24, the school resource officer, as far as his or their assignment, is going to be unchanged. Officer Zeiter does a phenomenal job up at the school. He is continually does programs. He does DARE. He's a DARE instructor. He is actually coaching baseball, I think, for the middle school, which is just amazing. And so he's fostered a lot of relationships as a representative of the PD, but also just to have staff and students feel comfortable coming to the police for whatever issue it may be. But anyway, so officers are still going to be up at the school as far as this year and fiscal year 24, but there will be more conversations going forward. This next bullet, diversifying our workforce. I'm proud to say that was a huge focus for Chief Heber and us as an agency, and I'm proud to say that of the 15 full-time personnel we have over a quarter now are people of color. So I think that's a better reflection of the community we serve, and that was a huge success for us as far as being able to diversify in a state that technically doesn't have maybe a lot of diversity, but I'm so proud and happy that Winooski was able to do that. Next bullet point is, again, just really trying to emphasize growth with planned retirements and future promotions. Chief Hebert was able to double the training budget, so we've been able to send new supervisors to LEDA, which is through the FBI. It's like a first line, an executive, and then it's a trilogy. It's 3 major trainings. It's nationally accredited. We've sent people to Roger Williams, which again is a very well-respected training for first-line supervisors in particular. And then we've also had the opportunity now to, hopefully in the future, we've been in the queue, but COVID kind of slowed things down, life happens, but to send someone or multiple people to the National Academy, which is the FBI National Academy, which is in Virginia. It's a 10-week, I believe, in residence. It's basically the apex of training for supervisors going forward. So hopefully we can maybe send someone to that soon. The community outreach team, this is what I'm going to kind of explain a little bit more what they do. Like I said, mental health is a huge lift for us. It was a need that was immediately recognized from everyone in the county. And so this team is embedded with all of the municipalities in Chittenden County, except for Burlington. They have their standalone, so they do have access to a team as well. But they have allowed us as police officers to focus more on criminal complaints and also offer a higher level of mental health services because they're professionals and deal with that all the time. And they work Monday through Friday. It's 8:30 till 8 p.m., so almost 12 hours of mental health coverage. and I believe the cost is only about $16,000 a year. So to essentially have 1 to 1.5 full-time social workers out in the field for only $16,000 a year is a huge savings and just a great partnership to have. So I can't say enough about them either.
They're situated at the Howard Center, right?
Yes, they are through the Howard Center. Yep. This year, we were able, and I believe this is probably like 7-8 months ago that we unveiled the strategic plan, which again, Chief Hebert put the original strategic plan together, I believe, like 4 to 5 years ago, and the point was that after we've kind of identified what we feel are like good goals for us as an agency to follow through that 21st century policing model, that we revisit that every 3 years. We're at the 3-year point, so we redid it. We said, okay, what worked? COVID obviously slowed some things down. What needed to be changed? We made those changes, and then kind of just looking forward to stuff that, okay, we still need to implement but haven't accomplished yet. So there's like 3 tiers to it, but that was something that myself, Lieutenant Heisenga, other community members, Ray Coffey was part of that project. Try to get as many stakeholders involved as possible, not just us. So we had multiple sets of eyes looking at it to say, hey, is this like the best way to police and interface with the community going forward? So that was a nice thing to kind of accomplish this year as well. And then this last part, actually kind of what it probably should have mentioned during the staffing. For those who haven't been here that long, we used to have it in-house. I feel like I said it every time I come up here, but we used to have an in-house CJC, which is a Community Justice Center or a rep board. So just because it's not seen here every day, it is still being utilized. So if anyone who is getting charged with a small crime that the court system feels this person doesn't maybe need like a permanent record of this crime, those individuals in Winooski are still able to access a rep board or a community justice center just through Burlington and Essex. So we're still utilizing that. That's still a big part of the judicial system, getting those individuals who are identified as good candidates to the alternative justice measures. Next slide, please. So goals going forward for 2024. Again, I'm not going to go into too much of the dispatch. Really invest in our employees. Like I said, it's a struggle because we always need to have 2 people at the PD at all times as far as an officer, actually 3 with dispatch. So we always need 3 people there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we really have to make sure that we are doing everything we can to keep employees engaged, feel valued, and make sure that that is then translated into the service that we're providing them on the streets. So, certainly getting the training budget up is a big help, and we've talked about other ways to engage the officers we have through special teams, tacticals kind of stuff to keep patrol very much in place, but still have opportunities to do a little extra on the side that would still benefit the PD and the residents. We do have a person who is part-time working for HSI, which provides professional growth and allows us to access the federal system utilize them for either tools that they have that we can't afford or to even use their judicial system, which sometimes is more appropriate for more significant crimes. So it's been a good partnership. Again, I've talked about the community outreach team, continue that.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard you speak about this before too, which is if you could underline why it's important to keep our current staff and how selective we are and why that is.
Yeah, I kind of was going to go to it at the end, but just to kind of talk about the shortages and just how important it is to, I'll skip forward. So and Jesse, you can kind of attest to this. It's really important to keep who we have, the continuity, because it takes so long to obtain or identify a viable candidate. So it's really important to make sure that we keep the core together, and because it takes I'm guessing about 1 year to probably have a person who you can go through the application process, to a background, to a polygraph, to then hopefully pass a PT test, to then get into the academy. And there's only 2 academies run a year, so if you miss that date to start them, you're waiting an extra 4 or 5 months on top of that. The academy itself is 16 weeks, plus probably 2.5 weeks of post-basic, so you're looking at close to 5 months. And then assuming that individual gets through all that, we have a 10-week FTO process, so that's a field training. So you got 10 more weeks. They pass field training. At that point, that is a serviceable officer. And I mean by serviceable means that that individual can be in a car by themselves, picking up shifts, helping alleviate the overtime and things of that nature. Is that what you're getting at, or am I?
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you skip ahead. I was thinking more about, we have a very unique community here.
Yep. Yep.
Based folks,
Yes.
so having a police department that understands.
Absolutely.
They can work with our community.
Yep. I mean, I think what drew everyone that does apply here is the diversity. And some of the challenges that come with that. I think we all take a lot of pride in having a community that is, at times can be a challenge, but that brings a lot of rewards to what we do. And it is important to have a solid team who understands those needs and understands what is expected of a police department. And because it is very different, drive 20 miles and it's a very different look. So it is a challenge, but a rewarding opportunity. And like Elaine said, it's important to keep that continuity and understanding of the challenges to be successful.
Also, it's not to jump on you, but it's a benefit for the community and seeing those same faces as we're focusing on so much of community policing and being approachable and having the residents being able to come and talk to us about their problems. Seeing the same faces adds the sense of comfort that they, revolving door of police officers in and out, but not, at the same level.
So I just want to quickly hit on the fiscal year 25, the school resource officer. So like I said, based on those community forums and continuing discussions, fiscal year 25 is, there's a potential that the school resource officer will not be embedded at the school, that they might be more of a liaison responding from the police department. So those are going to be discussions that are had this coming fiscal year. And then managing the staffing shortages, which we kind of already highlighted. I feel that this is probably the most important thing to focus on going forward, is how can we identify viable candidates? Because it seems like we can't keep up with the exodus that's approaching us through retirements. I think right now we have 1 or 2 openings. Jesse and I, it feels like weekly we have 2 or 3 applicants, and we haven't yet 2 today, 2 no-shows. And we've been doing this for probably about 5-6 months now, regularly, and we haven't had anyone even get to the point of testing. So
We've got 2 scheduled for testing, but then they've taken positions that were much closer to where they live.
So I feel strongly, So I feel strongly this is where we need to really focus going forward. And I'm actually in a project management class through UVM right now, and I chose to do it on police recruitment. I just think we have to hit different platforms, be more creative. I know that there have been discussions, I'm not trying to speak out of place, but of, maybe offering like bonuses. That seems to be a commonplace now, especially if you're a pre-cert, which means that someone who wouldn't have to go to the academy, who could just come in, do a few weeks of FTO and abridged and automatically be a serviceable officer. But this is something that going forward, and again, this is not just a Winooski problem, this is a Vermont/national issue, but we do have to connect with people who are going to be viable candidates and be the right fit. And it's a little discouraging right now, I guess, is being polite about it. So that's really all I have for the quick overview. Does anyone have any questions?
I'll start. Sure. First, I think you sold yourself a little short when you said you have to drive 20 miles away. I think you can be a lot closer, and you guys are outperforming those police forces. Your adoption of the 21st century policing model is not something that was adopted nationwide or even Vermont-wide, so the fact that this department has gone so wholeheartedly into that is commendable. I have a question about the mental health and the suicide number. The suicide number seemed really high, and I didn't know if that was in addition to that mental health number or a part of that mental health number, and you just wanted to highlight that for us.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of both. So when we go into Valcor, which is our database for, it might say suicide attempt, but we might also check that mental health box, so maybe it's duplicating its efforts as far as that. But yes, it is high, and it is why it's so important for us to identify people in crisis and to get those services to them as quickly as possible. I am hopeful that we have been doing more to address those issues. And like I said, those are suicide attempts. Those aren't successful. But it does show that there is a huge need for these full-time mental health clinicians that we need to partner with. We just can't do it alone.
Another question, the SRO officer, and I may be remembering this incorrectly, I thought during, I think maybe the budget presentation, we had been told that the SRO officer was going to wear similar to what you were wearing at the school. I recently heard from a group of students up there that he has frequently been in full police uniform, so I don't know if you could address that.
The SRO, to my knowledge, is supposed to be in a softer uniform, which means no external carrier. And when I believe that is the uniform that individual is in most of the time. I can only say or speculate that this individual, if they are going up in what we wear in patrol, which is an exterior carrier, a more tactical look, is maybe because that individual is covering shifts as well, kind of working a dual purpose. There are times when we might have like 1 or 2 hours where if I have to run out to do something, can SRO just kind of supplement and work the road? Maybe at that point they would put on more appropriate attire for patrol purposes.
No, that's good to know in case I hear anything else. And then just an update, if possible, on the police dog.
So at this point, we're still trying to work through that. The individual who has interest, we're just trying to make sure that it's going to be the right fit for everyone. Life happens. We've had changes to make sure it's going to be a stable. That is a huge commitment. It's not just like a 1 or 2 year commitment. That's like a 7-8 year commitment, and you're locked into that. So as far as the canine goes, kind of just on pause right now. Again, I don't want to overstep my boundaries, but on pause. And then we're still looking at the therapy dog as well. And the chief has put out some policies to work through that as well. So there is movement on those. Just at this point, like I said, it's just kind of on hold, the canine, until we just make sure that everything is in order. That's a big commitment, not only with training and equipment, but just the person in their second or third year in their career to say, hey, the next 10 years you're going to be with this dog, and that's going to maybe hamper other things, and just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page before we fully commit. So.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any questions from members of the public? You can use the raise hand feature.
I actually remember something as well.
Go for it, I don't see a hand.
Okay, since our police department has done so many great things with 21st century policing, and I know that your hands are definitely full with recruitment, retention, and then some. I think as the strategic plan kind of comes to its next evolution, I'd be curious to see if there's opportunities to work with the state's Office of Racial Equity and other opportunities there to just learn and grow and see how we can improve the structures we have in place and community support systems. And that certainly is a longer, larger conversation, but it's just something I was thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hopeful that we get to a point where we are staffed more comfortably to be able to actually think bigger picture. It is about being proactive and staying ahead. And I feel like sometimes unfortunately we have to be more reactive just because of the limitations of staffing. But yes, absolutely. I think these are all dreams we have of moving forward.
Any other questions?
I've got a quick one. How many of our officers on Winooski PD live in Winooski?
One, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Yep. Excuse me, two. We have a dispatcher too that lives in Winooski.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for time.
We'll welcome the chief back up. You're just gonna stay here for a while now.
I think someone said this was my meeting, right?
Yeah.
It turns out they were right.
So, good evening. I'm not sure if everyone knows Bruce. Bruce Palmer is fire marshal. Obviously, want to start to expose him to you folks, to these processes, what the future holds, and share the wealth, if we will. So, thanks for being here. Yeah, I would just start with this first slide of reminding everyone that our department, unlike the traditional fire departments or emergency services, where it's fire EMS based, we are community risk reduction fire based. It's very different, very unique. Remind folks of the 5 E's, the enforcement, engineering, education, emergency response, and economic incentives through the community risk reduction efforts that you all in this community benefits greatly from. And that's our public building registry, and just, you hear me say a lot of getting ahead of the call, and we'd much rather do that. Next slide, Paul. Obviously, picking up on the same org chart, we're in the fire and code. You can go to the next slide, Paul. So I chose to kind of line this up a little differently for you folks as far as what we do day to day and place the positions for you, and there is some overlap. As fire chief, director of code, I am the city health officer. I could give that up, but that means the mayor's the city health officer. So the 11 o'clock at night animal bite calls, I think I'll continue to take those. But emergency management coordinator, the city manager is the director. I am the coordinator. We're going to touch on that on another item here. By default, the E911 coordinator, every town, every city has to have an E911 coordinator. Again, if we're not doing it as staff, council would need to do that, and I certainly need to recognize staff for pulling most of that load. Pretty important here in Winooski with the new development, that sort of thing. It becomes a big deal of how we're numbering or addressing properties. Administrative functions, there's too many to list. We do monthly officers meetings. There's weekly department drills, which admittingly I don't make all of those. They are the second, third, and fourth Wednesday, and there's just not enough time to go around. City council meetings, which are super important I feel, for department heads to attend. Again, I think the commitment there serves a lot of value for you folks during your meetings and or us to be here for the public. Self-healthy connected people, obviously, and then the housing commission. Emergency response, the chief is part of the emergency response here during the day, but more so, callback. So we do get called back. If there's a first alarm, as I spoke about earlier, or greater, or we're committed in another community, one of the chiefs respond back into the city. We're supporting those under us. There's usually decision points that need to be made that require a chief. I am part of the Monday through Friday emergency response, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. coverage. I don't mind it, but would be an issue moving forward. In the future, I'm not sure every chief is going to be in the city by 6 a.m. So, I was in the city at 5:30 this morning. It's now 5 and 9. So, not complaining, just saying moving forward it is something that we need to realize the workload. There is some weekend and holiday coverage. You know, we're 3 people trying to cover 5 days a week, 6A to 6B. You know, Bruce is on vacation, much deserved vacation coming up for a week and a half. You know, we will be short coverage. This Friday, I'm the only scheduled person to be in the city, 6A to 6B, unless there's someone else available. And then we're relying on our partners around us. So we are thin, for sure. And then the chief on call Sunday through Friday, again 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The dispatchers need someone to call. We don't drive that to our part-time folks. One of the chiefs take it on a rotation basis, so there's 3 of us that take that. It's just not a counted time. It's not a big lift, but again, it is something that we want to put on the radar. So, you know, what's that mean for this position? March 22 to 23. You know, I've averaged 96 hours for every pay period. Is it sustainable for somebody else or for this community? Is this something we need to put on the radar?
Just to note that that means a lot of times he's working more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't record all the time. What I would say is, you know, there's a lot of models to follow. The model works. You know, how sustainable it is moving forward. You know, the national trends, you heard it on the PD side, recruitment, retention's huge. There's not a lot of folks trying to do this type of work, certainly on a part-time basis. You know, a part-time firefighter that comes on with no experience, we're paying $13.11 minimum wage, and I heard we're paying a parks person $15 an hour. I only say that because some of the applicants have told us there's a discrepancy. You know, you pay a dispatcher $20 an hour on a part-time basis, and somebody's getting paid $13.11 an hour to ride a fire truck and go into burning buildings. There's an incentivized pay plan that if they go get certifications, we'll pay them more an hour. But we are not even in a position where we're paying them to go get all those certifications. We have come a long ways. I'm not saying we haven't. We have come a long, long ways. But there's a long ways to go, and it's part of our recruitment and retention problem. So, again, I put it out there. I refer to a model, you know, the Red Ribbon Report. The International Fire Chiefs puts it out. You know, there's a lot of indicators in there, you know, across all these functions that you're going to see. You know, am I thinking strategically, you know, for the city of Winooski? No, today I didn't touch anything strategically, you know, worked on the training plan for the fire department so that we could keep our 11, 12, you know, people trained. So there's a creep factor, right? I mean, it's that constant piece of, again, not unlike the police department. You know, the police chief's out doing patrol. Is he doing strategic planning or thinking big picture? No. If I'm on the fire truck, am I thinking big picture? No. And this community's grown enough and will continue to grow where that's huge. And yes, we can rely on our valued partners, but there will be nothing like the value of having someone within your organization making decisions on behalf of Winooski. And I think some of that reflected tonight in our discussion with VTang. And it doesn't matter whether it's St. Mike's or VTang or Burlington. You know, we intimately know Winooski. You know, I know your strategic vision priorities, you know, so there's that decision making, that representation is super important. I know it's getting late, so let's go to the next one. So the fire chief's exempt. Again, we're going to the fire marshal's position. This is Bruce for tonight. Again, another exempt position. He is the deputy health officer, one of 2, serves on the battalion chief level, so that's just the command level. His main focus is community risk reduction. That's the administrative functions of the public building registry, our property complaints, our commercial inspections, all that boots on the ground, kind of really leading those efforts. Again, subject to the monthly officers meetings, those sorts of things. He is part of the emergency response, 6 a.m. to 6 p. I covered that, the chief on duty. I want to call out the March 22 to 23. Bruce's job description says first alarm or greater respond back into the city. Bruce responded back into the city over 80 times over this period of time. He lives fairly close. But very few of those were first alarms. Probably, I'm going to say less than 20 of those were first alarm or greater. So the creep factor, we didn't have resources during the hours of 6P to 6A to adequately respond to a call, and he took it upon himself to come in and help cover those calls. I haven't heard him complain. I'm just calling it out again as workload and the reality of what's here in Winooski. And he has averaged 90 hours per pay period. The assistant fire marshal is the third full-time position. Serves as deputy health officer, serves as rank of captain, again, the community risk reduction, first alarm or greater back into the city. I know that number's 12 to 20. Always comes back when we have those and more. And currently works a schedule of Sunday to Wednesday. So does an 8-hour on Sunday, 10, 10, 12. Ends 12 on Wednesday so they can be here for the training on Wednesday night with our part-time staff. So again, we have a very unique model. Thursday, Friday, it goes to just Bruce and I here unless we have per diem or some other coverage. Next slide, Paul. Our part-time battalion chief, has a full-time job elsewhere. Again, our main response 6 p.m. to 6 a. and weekends as available. This is not scheduled. I don't know that he's available all these times. Covers a ton of those calls, but there's certainly times that we don't have access to that. Same with the part-time officers, which is a captain and 2 lieutenants. Again, the main hours are 6P to 6A. We rely on these part-time folks. They lead a company of 4 or 5 part-time firefighters. Everyone's broken into companies just so we can manage them. That's our professional development for these captains and lieutenants. All folks are required to do 72 hours of training. That's our Wednesday nights. What's unique about the part-time officers and the part-time firefighters is duty weekends, which is they do a weekend, full weekend, Saturday and a Sunday, which is 36 hours of coverage. For the officer, they get $120 plus their call. So they have to be available. They're not at the firehouse, but they have to be available. So if you do that math, that's about $3.30 an hour. Again, we've come a long ways. It used to be $20 for that same period of time. So you all have supported us, and we've come a long ways. The duty weekend split goes, for the Saturday, is 24 hours. And just, again, we've been unable to cover the 4th weekend of the month. We used to have 4 companies, but we got down to like 2 people. So we've had to go into 3 companies and then do a split. So they do a full duty weekend of Saturday, Sunday, and then they have to do a Saturday or Sunday additionally. The last part of that bullet is the duty weekend Saturday hours. We heard from a lot of our part-time staff, they wanted to be more engaged, which was very encouraging. They want more, they want to represent Winooski more, they want to be here. So we're doing, we just started this 3 to 4 hours each Saturday. So they get their duty weekend, but then they have to be at the firehouse, say 8 to 11 on Saturday morning as a company. So they do a truck check, there'll be some public engagement, you'll see them at some of the events. It's a great opportunity for them to get out and be, instead of just responding to calls, they can be out in the community. We just started it, right? We're 3 Saturdays in, and I shared with Jesse, who I believe is left, and maybe Elaine, but fire trucks going through one of our neighborhoods. Mom's out in the yard with their little 3-year-old, and the kid just absolutely rejoices in seeing the fire truck, and she had it on video. So I shared it with staff and Jesse, and so again, I hope those are the things that they experience, meaning our staff and our residents get to experience. Our part-time firefighters, we're down to 8. Again, we're covering the 6P to 6A. They're assigned to a company, same type of thing. They are paid less, if you will, than the officers, less responsibility type. That's why it's structured that way. Next slide, Paul. Our code enforcement officer is mainly parking enforcement, limited municipal code enforcement, takes care of the general maintenance of the parking equipment. So, the kiosks are pieces of equipment. They don't go forever. They're very reliable. And we do the winter maintenance on the kiosks. I mentioned that, again, no one's complaining, right? Our current officer works a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then the next week works Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's supposed to be 2 officers. So they're supposed to not the same person the same day of the week. But through the winter, obviously if they weren't here one of those 3 days, I actually traveled in to shovel the kiosks. We don't want someone to fall, that sort of thing. So again, we're sharing, there's a lot of creep factor. Our public safety admin, who holds this all together, does a ton of different things, touches many, many different things a day. The public building registry, all the notices, scheduling, billing, data entry, the parking, the appeals, parking permits, contracts, again, data entry, building permits, and the intake of data entry, issuance, public works permits, and supports zoning permits. So again, staff do a lot. That's part of the excitement of being here. Next slide. Just kind of a comparison of what's happening. So I'll start with building permits. Last year was 131. Currently, we're at 154 in the right-hand column. Inspections, you can see we're going to exceed our inspections on all fronts except construction. This is a reporting issue that with our software that I need to track down. There will be a significant difference between the 251 and 8 because we were at the school 2 or 3 times a week for that whole year, and we're no longer there. Time of sale inspections are down. We would expect to see that, right, with the interest rates, that sort of thing. That is a pretty good reflection of, we feel the impacts of what goes on around us. Property complaints are down a little bit. I suspect we will catch up. Usually spring is a big run of property complaints.
Absolutely amazing product.
Chief, can I ask, the inspections violations are up like 60%?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any understanding of what's underneath that?
It may be the district that we're in, meaning this year we're inspecting a part of the city.
Because it switches quadrants.
It does change from quadrant to quadrant. Remember, we have the city broken into 4 quadrants. We travel around the city. So it may be a reflection of that. Bruce, we have a new person doing inspections. So when you go from someone that's been here 20 years doing the same inspections, and you introduce new people, you will see, a different view on things, which isn't a bad thing. And remember, we're just coming off COVID. So you had 2 years of pretty much not a lot getting done. Whether people didn't have the resources or their contractors weren't available, we are still feeling those impacts. On the emergency response side, we're going to exceed last year's numbers. I won't go word for word through those. In the bottom part, I just want to, again, our daytime staff is covering about 194 of those calls. That's 3 people across 5 days, 12 hours a day. Trying to keep a minimum of 2 people here. We're not hitting that, meaning, there's periods of time, like I'm here by myself in the morning till Bruce gets in, we leave, and the third person's here by themselves for a couple hours in the afternoon or evening, however it works. I really want to point out our paid on-call folks who aren't scheduled. We rely on them when they're available. They're covering a huge percent of the calls still here in Winooski, which is good. Kudos to them. And our duty weekend coverage, although they're not at the station, that is scheduled time. I know people are available during that said weekend duty time because they're signed up and they're on the schedule. I know that. They're covering 88 of those calls. And then we always want to watch, the drop calls. And there's 5. Am I going to say that's bad or good? That should be 0. We really shouldn't be dropping calls, so we want to watch those. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the updates, transition to a 2-truck that's complete, if folks have questions on that. The feasibility to accommodate 24-hour staffing, it's a future piece that Winooski's got to deal with. It's recruitment, retention. Our ability to cover shifts here is limited. We can't have people sleep in the firehouse. So we're really looking for people that are within, not even a distance, within a time frame of getting to the firehouse, right? If we say 5 miles, that puts us over on the Shelburne Road.
Yeah.
So you can imagine if you have an emergency, if I say within a 5-mile radius, you probably don't want to wait for people to come off the Shelburne Road at 4:30 or 5 o'clock at night to get to the firehouse. So it's not feasible, right? All things lead to us having a larger discussion about what we can do at the firehouse. So those discussions have begun. The discussion to expand our MOU to do plans review is ongoing. We have had a meeting with the director of fire safety. It was a positive meeting. Obviously they're concerned about losing $75,000 to $80,000 a year in fees. So I suspect in the next week or so, we will know a little bit more on kind of what stance they're going to take.
Clarification here, 75 to 80,000 a year.
Yep.
That's the average. Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I
And
should have
then-
put annually. So those are fees if someone's going to build a project. They go to the state, and that's what the state is collecting for fees to
Mhm.
review those plans. And we are trying to bring that local, because that is a huge disconnect for us.
In the budget, it was noted at 40,000 for
Yep.
revenue.
Because there's going to be some adjustment in the building permits. Are we still going to charge people a building permit and the plans review?
I see.
It's going to get lumped together, and I believe we were very conservative at the $40,000 number.
Okay, thank you.
And that's over that's a 5-year average, that 75 to 80. There was a huge spike with the school with that project, which we won't see $54 million projects very often. Next slide, please. Just tracking the replacement, the approved and the truck that's ordered. There's some, financing timelines to happen with the, tracking the delivery as far as the supply chains are finally getting caught up and matching that up with the bond bank, that sort of thing. The site visits at school is complete. Into housing, currently working with the Housing Commission. We've had several meetings. The building chapter's been done. The public building registry chapters is drafted. We didn't have a quorum, so that meeting is rescheduled. And I believe 1 or 2 more meetings with the Housing Commission, then it will start to come to council for its review. The public building registry is a little bigger lift than the building, just because we reformatted things and really tried to make, as much as we can, make an ordinance more user-friendly, understand the information that's in there, that sort of thing. We're continuing to work with, Hawkeen on their sprinkler systems. They've done an excellent job. They're about 75% done. This is installing all new sprinklers in their 4 buildings. This was due to their sprinkler breaks. Again, kudos to them. This is something that Hawkeen took on themselves. This is not an insurance claim. Insurance said, well, we'll wait for the next break. Hawkeen was not interested in, dealing with the first one, 60, almost 70 units displaced for 7 months, and the second one being 40 units displaced for 6 months. They just, I think they're doing the right thing. So, Housing Association, we continue to watch with some structural issues. I suspect that we'll be hearing a little bit more about that coming up as spring and contractors are available. 300 Main, we continue to monitor and try to encourage the owner to do the right thing. Like now that the snow's gone, get there and clean your property, and just trying to stay ahead of it a little bit. So it's on the radar. Next slide, please. Safe, healthy, connected people, regional dispatch. Again, you heard it with PD. I will tell you this is dispatch as a whole for fire and EMS are another pinch point for Winooski, meaning fire and ambulance don't operate on the same channel. We don't have the capacity to. So St. Mike's dispatches themselves. A lot of times it's students dispatching the ambulance into the city 1,400 times. But more so if I'm at a car accident, I have no idea what's coming for ambulances. We're not on the same channel. We don't have that capacity. Operationally, it's an issue that, again, needs to be a broader conversation for Winooski. It's not an easy fix. It's not like we can just say to PD downstairs, you need to start doing this. There's staffing implications to doing that. But that's why regional dispatch to fire and EMS has been such an important issue. All hazards mitigation plan is complete. That's available. That's on the CCRPC site. Supplemental coverage for St. Mike's College. In our operating budget coming up, there's some concessions made to support them, support that effort. Through purchase of diesel fuel, allowing them access to diesel fuel. They have a long-standing contractual obligation with the town of Colchester, and it's very difficult. It's very there's a lot of just fingers to it as far as how that all works. St. Mike's is a battalion of Colchester. The town of Colchester funds a lot of their operations. So obviously Colchester has a vested interest in what they're doing. And sometimes that doesn't align with what we want them or need them to do here in Winooski. So we've continued to try to have those conversations and assure that's a resource to the residents here. Recruitment and retention, you heard it from PD. We're critically low on people. We are onboarding the first part-time on-call firefighter. It's been 8 months since we've interviewed anybody. And this is by chance a St. Mike's student that's going to stay in the area. So it's an ongoing, Jesse can attest that there's just not a lot going on there as far as people's availability or want to do this work. And it's not just a Winooski problem. We are participating. I'm sure how big of a problem it is. It's a grant-funded effort statewide. It's called Operation Mayday. Hopefully you've seen it on WCAX. So this is across the state. And we are going to be one of, that I know of, 50 plus fire departments that will be hosting an open house on May 13th from 9 to 1. And be working with Paul to start pushing that stuff locally. But Channel 3 will run this They've already started, but they will continue to run this effort. Again, that's a grant-funded effort, whether you're volunteer, combination, or professional. Next slide. And then lastly, what are we gonna do? This didn't change from our piece. Obviously, if we're able to do the MOU, which I'm confident we will get there, and there may be some other pains in getting there. But how do we implement that? The fee structure, we've already started to have that conversation. The renovation of the current station for 24-hour staffing, we've already started that conversation. That will need to continue. The replacement of the truck, again, we talked about the financing. On the housing side, implement the changes and updates to the public building registry. Get it through, council, the public hearings, that sort of thing. Do the education, which will just be the start of the education for both tenants and property owners of said updates. It isn't about sneaking up on people with the updates. Continue to support the new development and renovation projects. The renovations here in Winooski are super important to our grand list. As is new development. We play a big role in those projects up front. Again, take delivery February, March of the new truck. I list that again because that could move, but it also has huge impacts in the firehouse as far as training people on a new piece of equipment. Safe, healthy, connected people, transition fire and EMS dispatching in a unified entity. Finalize the MOU for supplemental coverage, which would be super important. That means with St. Mike's or others to help make sure that we have people available when calls come in. Would love to get their strategic vision planning for fire and EMS delivery. I say EMS delivery because Winooski continues to grow, but we haven't gone to St. Mike's and say, hey, are you able to grow with us as our EMS provider? And their enrollment numbers continue to decline as a school, which means their fire and rescue units continue to see less kids. We anticipate this summer that their fire unit will be on rolling blackouts again because there's no one staying for the summer. So we rely on them, but I'll not only be dealing with our part-time folks that aren't available, I'm now going to be dealing with an entity that we rely on a lot and trying to manage when they're available, when they're not, matching up our coverage. Yes, we always have VTang. Yes, we always have Burlington, but it's just a constant, that strategic, that big picture thinking that we need to make sure we continue to keep our finger on. Possibly getting licensed as a first response, not starting an ambulance. I want to be very, very clear. And this came up with the opiate settlement money. You saw the numbers on the police side, the opiates, the overdoses, suicide attempts. It's weekly now that we're 2, 3, 4 ambulances deep in the city simultaneously. So this effort would be, if we're in the firehouse, we can render aid when our primary ambulance is not available, meaning St. Mike's or UVM is not available, and South Burlington's coming in or Burlington's coming in, we should be with them. We can probably get there faster, especially when staff is here. The city of Burlington will have staff in the firehouse. They send an ambulance, they send a fire truck into the city of Winooski. That's craziness. We're taking an extra resource from another community when we have staff in the firehouse. This is not a big lift as far as training level. This is a very basic first responder level that we can provide access. We can be there with the automatic defibrillator and cardiac arrest, that sort of thing. So at a very basic level, Winooski's grown enough to be thinking this. Recruitment and retention, can't say enough. I don't know what the answer is. No one around us knows what the answer is. Yeah. Next slide, I think it should be questions. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to do the update, for sure.
Thank you. I already asked mine. Are there other questions?
I maybe have a simple question. Have we ever done a Touch a Truck event?
So we historically have done a public safety day, which is down Winooski Falls Way. That was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
So it's usually done in conjunction with police, fire, that sort of thing.
And I think there was, maybe in some of the last budget rounds, there was talks about bringing back like Coffee with a Cop, and I wasn't sure if there are any events planned for this next fiscal year.
So staff was at the school today. How many kids?
The first time we were there at 10 o'clock this morning, we had about 14 students, and then at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we had another 10 students go through the fire trucks, the police cars, and then we went into the classrooms.
Cool.
So we are trying. We'd like to get back into the industrial park. We put 350 people through fire extinguishers and that sort of thing the first year we did it. I'm hopeful the Saturday hours, our staff that want to be more engaged can go out and start to do some of this engagement. We've certainly participated in the senior center events where we go and be there for a few hours and sit with folks.
Yeah.
But again, I gotta tell you, there's not a lot of bandwidth to do it, right? I mean, it's super important stuff, but we only can ask to do so much. It's super important stuff, but what do we prioritize?
Sure.
Every day. It's huge.
And that was just a tag on, given the previous slide talking about doing additional engagement on the weekends. So
Yep.
I wasn't sure if that was something that you had
That's
in
the
mind.
intent of those Saturdays for sure.
And I probably have asked this in the past, and I
It's all
forget if
good.
I have asked. So bear with me. I have, when I lived in Washington State, I actually took community emergency response team training. Does anybody in Vermont do anything like that you know of?
So there isn't a lot of that in Vermont.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. There's no real organized effort to do that.
Just no effort, no interest, no awareness, all the above?
I think all the above.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, in response to Bryn, though, I think that there may be some value in exploring some cert type stuff, or like police explorers, or like, trying to use the human resources that we have in community to figure out like a pipeline towards filling some of those gaps for you guys.
Mhm.
So that's just where my mind has been at throughout
Yes,
this.
so I would welcome that for sure.
Any questions from the members of the public? Okay. Thank you all for the presentations.
Yeah, thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
So on to item F, our annual approval of the local emergency management plan.
So hopefully
We don't need that much detail.
Yeah, no. So hopefully you all got to read it. This is an annual thing. I think it ties into some of the discussion earlier with VTANG and what happens in an incident. We exercise this by default almost every day by virtue of the emergency levels we operate at. We do need to do some training with council, with even our leadership team as far as how this happens if there's a larger event, and how we can draw in a CERT team to operate within a local emergency management plan, that sort of thing. So there's always room to do more. Hopefully when we decide to do more, we use the word sustainability. What's sustainable within a plan? And I'll stop there.
Someone said the word CERT, that's State Emergency Response Council?
Team, CERT.
Assuming the red text is updates, look like no substantial changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure why that came through the red text on those.
It's like references to EOC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Paul was trying to,
Yeah.
so Paul reformatted this some, but yes, it's mostly, we've had quite a change in leadership, so just updating information as council changes, updating that. Yeah, making some references to the all hazard mitigation plan.
One thing that just jumps out at me is there are no page numbers. So it's small, but it's one of those things that when I look at a lot of government documents, it's like, well, what page is it on?
I think you can handle it.
Yeah, we can handle that. I'm surprised FEMA didn't pick that up. Paul, did you hear that?
Any other questions from council?
Very brief one. I noticed that along with Councilor Oakley and Councilor Judge that all of our phone numbers are blacked out. Is that purposeful or is that a needed thing that you don't have?
So we had asked council whether, because if for the public's information, these are their personal cell numbers because the city does not pay for cell phones for councilors. So we had asked if you wanted them redacted, and I defaulted if you, in case you missed the message, but wanted them redacted, default was redaction, because this is now on the public website. The city staff have access to all the numbers.
Okay. Okay. That was my thought. I think they're listed on the website. Or they were in the past, but maybe not.
Usually with onboarding, that's one of the questions.
Yeah.
We just tried to be mindful of.
No, I
putting
appreciate it.
in-
I just wanted to see, like, so it's on the staff side has it?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not on the phone numbers are not on the website.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any questions from members of the public? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the local emergency management plan?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Thomas, second by Charlie. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item G, request for use of reserves for emergency lockbox program.
Yeah, so hopefully some clarifying info. I got it late for some clarification. When we're talking lock boxes, we're talking any public building has a mechanical lock box on the outside. They are privately owned. We do not provide them for the buildings. What happens is we provide them with the means of getting said lock boxes, but it is a responsibility of them to get, and it is a requirement of the ordinance for them to provide such. The importance of, so I brought these just to show you, this is our own parking garage, which we don't have a lockbox for, so that's one building. And if you think about, 70 to 90 of those, trying to carry those in a fire truck or an ambulance and manage those keys. Why so many keys? You need a set of keys for every floor. So if we go to Hawkeen, there's 6 floors, and I'm sending firefighters to those floors, each team gets a set of keys. So we require the building owners to have a master, and then the apartments, a lot of times we're getting door codes. So for 30 years, and we're not alone, for 30 years we've used Supra. This is a name brand box who's been bought by Kitty. They've kind of dropped off. We can't get parts, people can't order boxes. So time has come to kind of, what do we do next? Knoxbox is an entity, they've been around a long, long time. We know they have availability. Other communities, Burlington, South Burlington, Williston, are using such. Our current box is a manual key. So there's several of those keys out. I carry one, Bruce carries one, the ambulances carry one, the fire trucks carry one. So the risk of losing those keys And I will go no further than the risk of losing those keys is a reality. And the only mechanism when a key is lost is either the hope no one knows what that key goes to, or you rekey all those boxes. So we are clearly trying to leverage technology with the e-keys. Is it more expensive to go this route? Yes. But they come with an apparatus that goes on in the fire truck. You need a pin to get it out. So I know which firefighter took it out. Super important when we're allowing St. Mike's to have the keys. You know, it's college kids, it's a constant change. Whether it's fire or rescue, it's a constant change in our building. So it brings a level of accountability to us. And if a key is lost, it dies in a certain amount of time, or I can wipe it off, and that key's no good. Yes, we have to replace it, but I don't have to go rekey 100 boxes. So that's why we're trying to leverage that, the new technology. It will mean what's in here is us doing the 7 facilities, city facilities, and buying the e-keys and the mounts for our apparatus and St. Mike's fire apparatus. Because rescue bills for their services, I feel they should buy their own, if you will, apparatuses to put in their ambulances. Again, it gives us, it's a web-based, every time John Audie pulls that key off, I'm gonna know what time he took it. You know, it just really gives a level of accountability to the property owners. It is giving us access. This is not law enforcement access. There's a lot of reasons you can't do a search warrant and go open that box and gain access. That's not what this is for. This is exclusively for fire and EMS emergency access. That's what these are intended for. They're not law enforcement type access.
We are asked by property owners, what's the security of the keys that we have now? There is no security on it. It's hanging on my jacket. It's hanging on a key ring. It's sitting up in the firehouse for anybody to grab. So when you lose a key, it's a huge problem, or could be a huge problem for the property owners.
And they're accessed, you know, keep in mind St. Mike's is in the city 1,400 times. You know, we're out the door, you know, it's going to be 500 times. So they're accessed a lot. So that's what we're trying to do. The quote, I need to own it. Thank you, Bryn, for bringing up the, we are tax exempt, so that should come off.
Right.
And that will come off. I just have to fill out a form, or Angela has to fill out a form.
Yep, and we have all that, just hadn't gotten there. Why is the quote 21, I asked for 25, not to exceed 25, is I don't anticipate there being an issue us mounting this in our apparatus, but I wanted to make sure I'm covered if, you know, I can mount the box, but if there's wiring that needs to happen, I want to make sure that I'm covered. There's nothing more other than that, just trying to make sure I'm covered of getting this rolled out and putting their apparatus.
What's the ongoing operation cost?
So annually, there's a fee for the software, and that's $1,000 a year.
That's okay.
So currently, again, we've identified this as a problem, right? As far as this accountability of these keys. So all of Winooski fire trucks have them. I carry it personally. Bruce carries it personally. St. Mike's fire trucks have it. St. Mike's ambulance has it, and UVM ambulance has it. When I became chief, I was like, ooh, you know, that's a liability I don't want. So we bought master lock boxes, household lock boxes, and that's how we've been trying to manage those keys. But you put that in a residential box, the box gets jammed, so now they're out of call, they can't get in anyway. It didn't rise to the level, there's a level of accountability, but I have to, like, if I want to download how many times St. Mike's opened the box, I have to go drive and sit in their parking lot for a set amount of time until it downloads on my, I just don't have time to do that. I don't. And I can't do that for UVM. So we tried, but
This just kind of played out at one of the commercial buildings in the city where the super box didn't open. The keys are in the box, but the box physically didn't open, and we had to damage the property door to get into it, just to get in. And after we made entry into it, the individual was complaining of no injury. So we just damaged a $1,000 door for somebody not to be injured.
So the person that called 911, we couldn't get in the box, so everyone's thinking there's an emergency because we have no contact. They forced the door, it's about $1,000, and, oh, hi guys. It just puts us in a tough spot.
Any other questions?
I have follow-up questions, but
I was just curious, like what if a landlord or HOA refuses to get the upgraded box due to the cost? Would that then, it sounds like, could be an ordinance violation?
So they have to provide it by ordinance, but we are proposing to roll this out over 4 years. So each quadrant we're in inspecting, we're gonna be telling them they need to upgrade their boxes.
Okay.
So those that don't, I feel like it gives whoever's in my seat, 4 years cycle to kind of convince people, hey, these are going away, it's in the ordinance, let's deal with this.
Okay.
I would hate to think that I'm gonna be ticketing people because they're not upgrading the boxes. It's really a face-to-face conversation of, look, I'm able to account for the keys better, there's a level of accountability and access, and, let's get another 30 years out of what we're trying to do, because we've done pretty good, a 30-year run with a box.
Makes sense. That was one, my other question was like, how is it gonna be communicated? This final follow-up is that safe? Should we push for a quicker implementation?
No, I think out of fairness to them, it is a financial impact. I think we've talked about it, and what happens is we will now take that manual key and attach it to that electric key, so at least it's connected in our box, so there's that level of accountability. We'll no longer carry keys. They will be in that apparatus. I need to enter my PIN to get those keys off it. It's locked on that piece of apparatus.
Okay.
And we'll have the keys fused together. It's not like, it's just a zip
It's
tie
not
that
gonna
they're
be a
gonna
key ring.
snap off.
It'll be some sort of mechanical fastener that can't be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
so it sounds like you've got a transition plan.
Yeah.
So while you have some in place and others aren't, it's not gonna,
No, it's a 4-year cycle. I'm confident that we'll get through that, and we can, I think it's the right thing to do.
and through our mutual aid partners, it's not gonna be,
No, because our
Confusing
mutual
or
aid partners will have those
challenging.
keys, and,
Okay.
St. Mike's will have those keys. We are not anticipating providing UVM, this unless they want to put them in their ambulances.
And then thanks for just covering some of the questions I shared earlier. One thing I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly. Should council anticipate you coming back for another request?
No.
Okay.
Because the 7 boxes that the city needs, I've included in this ask.
Yep.
Because I think the city should take the first step in this and saying, hey, we did it,
Mhm.
right? This is not putting, the city has no obligation to provide lock boxes on
Okay.
private property. We give them this account, they go on, create an account and order that box, it comes. They can't lock the box, they can't unlock it, they mount it, and then we go and physically put the cover on the box with their keys.
Okay. Yeah, when I was reviewing the memo,
Sorry.
it appeared as though this was phase 1 or stage 1 of potentially future asks.
Yep.
So that's helpful. Thank you.
Is there any discount available if we buy more than 1 year of the software at a time?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We can ask though.
Okay.
We certainly
Check.
can check if there's a.
Any questions from members of the public? Reminder, you can use the raise hand or chat feature. Hearing no concerns, does someone want to make a motion to approve this request for use of reserves?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Charlie, second by Thomas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
I appreciate your patience.
Thanks for all the information.
You're not gonna stick around?
I'm done?
There's also CP. Full update.
How about his appointment? Was that in the?
Nope.
No, because it's 3 years, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Welcome, Ray, for the strategic vision area goal update. Item H.
Yeah, so per usual, I think fairly straightforward, but happy to entertain any questions, and we'll do my best to cover for Chief Hubert, and John's still not here, John as well.
Will you walk us through it? I'm just kidding.
Well played.
Any questions?
Yeah, you got a lane. I mean, it definitely is intriguing to get an update that there's a pause on the canine.
Yeah, and it's, as James said, you know, I think really that has more to do with the individual staff member that had been initially interested having some changes in his circumstances, and so that.
You wouldn't want to go into
No, of course, but that would require
Nor am I asking to.
a pause. Right.
Given that there was such a big push from the chief for the option, are alternatives being explored, alternative officers?
I think we've seen that the staffing challenges downstairs are severe, so until that, we get more towards our actual staffing levels, it might be a challenging conversation, but I think you heard from the lieutenant that it's still of interest. I think it was a big boon that there was an individual that was interested,
Yeah.
because that's the commitment that's really held up, so with just that one person now on pause, it's.
Yeah. Continuing in that same vein, is there less of a barrier to, and less feelings of like the overwhelming responsibility that goes with it potentially? It's late, I don't necessarily know what goes into all of the training, but it sounds extensive for the initial intended purpose. My question is it less of a hurdle to pursue a comfort canine, something similar to what Williston has?
I believe so, and I think that's still on the table at this point as something that they want to move forward with downstairs.
And without getting into a lot of detail, that's more on the table.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah.
And then I guess with that, I was gonna say, like, if that wasn't happening, I know that there's some budget, restricted budget, available that this canine, funding for this canine was going to be used for. Knowing that there are additional budget requests for, facility updates downstairs, is any of that restricted budget available for those facility updates?
Actually, the chief just gave me an update on this. They're expecting to not need to make any requests for the updates they're planning now.
Okay.
They'll be rearranging current available funding.
Okay. All right.
So those are still progressing.
Those are my questions.
This might be something to take offline, but I definitely have some questions around regional dispatch, especially the way that it sounds like the conversations remain on hold, there are possible appropriations from the state level, and just what I have in mind is we made some big sacrifices during our budget process to ensure there are funds for that. So if those funds are not going to be needed, or at this point are paused, are there potential to, and this would be a bigger conversation, I know, reallocate those funds?
Yes, that is technically possible. I'll just say that that is not a decision I would make quickly and readily. Because you heard from the fire chief why we put those funds aside in the first place. But right, if that initiative is absolutely dead in the water, which is not the case then of course, then there's a conversation, well, do you wanna spend this money on something else? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we also just heard the big needs, especially on the side of the fire, where if we have, and there are definitely other needs as well.
With the K-9 funding that was set aside, since the rub that I'm hearing is that the officer that was interested in engaging with a K-9 partner couldn't, for whatever reason. That's the case, Bryn, is like you have to be willing to sign on to a K-9, like for the K-9's career, which can be 8 to 10 years. Could the money that we set aside for that be applied to recruitment of a person that would want that partnership?
If I'm recalling correctly, we didn't actually need to spend a ton of money on that because it was coming from like K-9 grants. So it wouldn't be a simple reallocation. I mean, it's not currently available to us. It's available because through if we had a K-9.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there was no change to our budget to add the K-9 unit.
Thanks. I didn't have any context around that because
You weren't here.
it precedes me.
Yeah.
Good question.
Thanks for clarifying, guys.
No other questions?
I'm good.
Any questions from members of the public? Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Ray.
Item I, items for city council strategies and priorities retreat. So just as we are moving towards that retreat, May 13th, I put together this memo to lift up some new ideas that have been floated over the past year by counselors or residents to us. If there is interest in considering any of these items, wanted to be able to have that discussion now so that staff have advanced time to consider impacts, financially or operationally, to advise us during the prioritization session. So the goal today is to see if there's anything from this list that we are interested in further consideration. We are not committing to saying any of these things is a priority at this discussion.
Mind if I start? Okay. So the one that really stood out to me, especially after our meeting with the chairs and just how part of that ended up just being like discussing the issue of housing. So I noticed like this final bullet point directs staff to work to investigate one or more housing policies or ordinances. And I don't even know if we want to get more specific, like what came to mind for me, especially after our conversation, was kind of that way to better manage or limit short-term rentals, such as Burlington and South Burlington are doing.
I shouldn't have put this bullet on here, honestly. I was going to take it off and forgot, because our housing initiative director is going to right away start researching policies and then working with the housing commission to figure out what the high reward items would be.
Awesome. All right. The additional items, do we want to wait for, I can wait until others weigh in on the list here.
I'd say go for it.
Okay. One item that I have a couple different ideas.
I actually don't want to do that first. I would prefer if we just discuss the ones here and then let's talk about new additional items.
Sorry, I set you off.
Are we eliminating from the list or just talking about what we would like?
If there's something that you want to move forward, and I will start and tell you that I actually don't want to add any of these to the prioritization session, but I wanted to transparently have this discussion with you all. If there is something you want to move forward, I think that's the focus we should have first.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Seeing as housing is not supposed to be on here.
Yeah, excluding that bullet. That was like directly from my own personal notes that I pasted.
Charlie, do you want to go next?
I don't really know how to contribute at the moment. I think that based on tonight's public comment, being that it was the most exciting public comment so far, that the addressing chemicals seems pretty important to our constituents. By the last bullet not belonging there, does that just mean that this isn't a place to discuss housing goals, or that that's already
It's
on
already
the list
going
of
to be
priorities?
on the
That's what I
priorities
thought.
list,
I read that
yeah.
and I was like, that feels kind of dismissive, but then my immediate response to my own thought was, it's got to be somewhere else.
Yeah, it's
So-
already going to be there.
And because we talked about it so extensively, there's no way that it was like one thing. So maybe one thing. I may have more reflections on this particular list so far, but given the status of the city and what our departments and council is already focused on, I think that our ducks are pretty well in a row. But I do think, you know, if there's a simple solution to PFAS and PFOAs, then maybe looking at that, just because it's been stated via email and public comment that that's like really on people's minds, bearing in mind that they're in our homes and everywhere around us. So,
Elaine, do you want to make comment on that?
Sure, so, one of the people who commented today, reached out to me pretty early on and asked the city to consider banning use of PFAS and PFOAs. And my concern is that it's pretty much in everything. So I absolutely understand the concern, I do. But the challenge is there an alternative product that's going to perform the way we need it to? And doing the research on that takes staff time. So there's a couple of areas. So public works materials, let's say the pipes that we use, or you know, the asphalt that we buy, or you know, anything we use in the public public works. That's a big concern, right? We need those things to perform. Then there's like office supplies, cleaning supplies. So in terms of like the cleaning supply stuff, that is it's a relatively straightforward task, but it could take some time. Again, there's this. Is there a better alternative? We just don't have a lot of excess staff capacity to do that research. I had intended to have the clerk's office do that. That was sort of lined up to go, and then we lost a staff person, then we're down another staff person, we have a brand new person. So I wanted to have people in that office. There really is nobody to do that research. So in terms of a simple answer, there is not one because of what's the equivalent. Banning it is easy, finding a replacement is what's hard.
sure, thank you.
I'm going to speak to items 4 and 5 on the list. Having worked in the state's Agency of Natural Resources Solid Waste Program and serving on the Chittenden Solid Waste District, there are a lot of benefits to what's called franchising, or basically a municipality contracts with a hauler for services for collection. Chittenden Solid Waste has also done some studies and some community feedback before the pandemic hit 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. So I'm happy to share the information on that. I would say that there are benefits, but it is a very large conversation, and I think just by seeing the feedback that Chittenden Solid Waste got, that would inform how council might want to move forward. So I'm not stating a position on it. I'm merely saying that there's information that I'm happy to share with you and whoever else from the community has interest in learning more about it. So there are benefits, and it is it can be a lift to get in place. So just saying that, I want to speak to that since I have some background and experience in that. And obviously, I'm going to be in favor of item 5 because I recommended it. But for context, so there are some phrases, some sayings that go, the least cost energy is the energy you don't use, and that the best efficiency is focused around time of use. So basically reducing the amount of energy during energy peaks. So peaks happen on a monthly basis, and then they also happen throughout the year. So you'll often hear it more commonly in the summer, but they happen in the winter as well, when there's the highest demand. Everyone's home, everyone has their heat on. Everyone's home, everyone has their AC on. So a time of use management and strategy can save a significant amount of energy. It can also save a significant amount of cost, and it can also mitigate a good degree of avoidable pollution by calling on other power plants, dirtier power plants, to fulfill that demand during those peaks. So the utility providers, Green Mountain Power, Vermont Gas, they have many rate structures that are regulated by the Public Service Department. And within those rate structures, there are advantages to basically reducing demand during those peaks, so that they can, one, level out their how much energy needs to be generated during the demand, but also having predictable declines from some of their highest users, so that there's more flexibility during those peaks. So this recommendation purely is to, honestly, financially, foremost, for the city to look at what rate structures may be more advantageous for our taxpayers, and then on a grander scheme, but less motivational, protect the environment, reduce climate change, those things that impact everyone but are less motivators in some ways. So that's my 2 cents on that.
So I think we owe Council Oakley an update on that. We did finally meet with GMP about rates and just reviewing our energy use. And the wastewater treatment plant seemed like the most viable possibility. So they're had plans on that. You can get more detail from John Lee, who runs on Public Works next week. And we also have been following the, what is it called, the Municipal Energy Grant Program, the LEMP Public Service soon. And we definitely want to get audits done on our remaining buildings, because, so for example, we're seeing like no drop off in energy use in this building over the course of the 24 hours, which makes no sense.
Yep.
And we cannot figure out why. So having an free audit would be great. So it's something we're pursuing. Frankly, if you want it, I see it as kind of operational, but if you wanted to add on, that's fine. We want to do it, so it wouldn't necessarily change. It wouldn't be adding something. This is something that we should be doing. So we can get more information from John next week too.
Great, thank you.
New ideas.
All right, probably, I'll start with the one that I think is probably the newest. Some of the others I feel like are highlighting stuff that might already be on there. But I would like to propose that, using resources from BLCT, maybe Ideal, as well as exit interview from Yasmin, and other feedback, to look into doing a rewrite of the equity director position that is more sustainable. So thinking of that position as very much paused, are there things that we can do to prepare for that to be unpaused? I think like a very brief suggestion that comes to mind, it would be doing something similar to what we've done with housing and make it an equity initiatives director, and have that much more focused internal look at policy and kind of how we can do things in the city, instead of having 3 positions in one, which sounds like one of the biggest issues with the position previously. So I think that would be really valuable, as well as show commitment to the residents of Winooski that we are taking this as a pause, and we do want to do, and for the reason stated, that there needs to be some work done for that position to be sustainable and fair to whoever occupies it.
be interested in something a step back from that and like a gap analysis of what is the need that we're trying to fill with this role. That I think would better inform a future rewrite. Any questions for Aurora on?
I could like list all the, goals from the master plan that I think this would touch on, but it very much falls under all.
So, I also made a commitment that, that I perceived it to be a pause. So I support an effort to explore, what a restructuring of the position would look like so that it's sustainable, has a manageable workload, and furthers our commitment to returning that role to the city.
That's 3. We'll add this to get a little more staff input on. You have more?
And this might be, can tell me, one of the things that I have on here as a thought is something that has come up a lot, which is like running civic classes or similar events, especially like potentially partnering with school or other partners. But then I was thinking in your update today, like if there is going to be kind of more things similar, like what happened on the weekend, is that a way to start doing that? So does this feel like it's already work being done?
I think partially, and the Secretary of State's office is working on civics curriculum at a state level.
Okay.
So I would decline adding that.
Okay. This I think is definitely on here, but I guess raising the awareness of thinking, about the kind of talked around it, like the hiring process and then onboarding of a new police chief.
I think that's out of scope, like we hire Elaine hires police chief. I think it would be beneficial though, if you could share with us at some point, like what does the leadership level hiring process look like? As an FYI.
Actually, I think you have to approve the police chief hire by, charter, so there would be certainly some process that you should be part of. Can I comment on the last item, the civic classes? So I'll say that, having civic classes per se, I personally love the idea, there's all kinds of reasons to do that, and I have no idea who's gonna manage that. Cause it came up this year, I was like, man, I wish I could work on that, right? But I will say, like, we're nibbling at other, like, if that's one means to the end, there's other ways that we're trying to make progress towards the same end. So, for example, all the, the engagement that the fire department is trying to do, engagement that the police department tries to do. We have been talking with the HR director about getting it even at the elementary school level with the principals. It's like, what does that look like? It's that exposure. Whenever we're invited to receive students, whether it's at the college level or the high school level or parents, it's like, yes, you're organizing this, we will absolutely participate. So we are trying to nibble away at that with the current resources. It would be wonderful at some point to actually have civics classes.
I mean, I partially feel like I pursued a career in policy because of some civics classes in high school, so it makes a difference.
Yeah, if you don't, I mean, I didn't even know American was a job until, I studied American was a job until I was in my 30s. It's like that, for some people, that's too late.
Oh.
Luckily not for me.
Lucky for us.
Did you have more, Aurora?
The one other I have on here is just the highlighting, thinking about like the language access report followed by a plan. So maybe the specific language of that looks like a report, again, think similar to what you bring up with the equity director, where are gaps? And then make a plan to bridge those gaps.
This is already included, right?
I mean, it's similar to my comment to Bryn, like, I would be shocked, I mean, I don't even know how to say it. It's like, go ahead and add it, because we should absolutely be doing this, so, yeah, it's fine with me if you want some asterisks on that.
Yeah, okay.
I support that as well. The only other thing I would want to add, which I think is already happening, so maybe not an ad per se, but continuing to look at the fee ordinance, and with some of the budget decisions we made in January that were approved, my impression was that budget for FY '24 would continue some free services and zero cost services for programming, and that during that time frame there would be some exploration of what some type of fee structure might be for those programs.
Yeah.
And maybe not entirely self-sustaining, but so that there's at least not 100% subsidy. Again, just aligned with all of our other needs and considerations.
Right, that's correct, and so the way, you know, our capacity to continue to subsidize would be dependent on scholarships and being able to fundraise for scholarship.
Okay.
To fill that.
Okay.
But that's accurate in terms of that timing. In terms of fee structure, I just lost access to our shared drive, so I can't tell you, but it's on the, Angela, if you're still there, May 17th agenda.
Okay. I saw it coming up, but I just.
Yeah, we were targeting the introduction at the May 1st agenda so that you can have everything adopted for the new fiscal year with the buffer time for policy going into place.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think, and I had a preliminary discussion with Elaine about this, but there is some sort of like financial outlook component of the prioritization discussion.
Okay.
Which is where like that sort of conversation can fit in.
Okay, great.
I'm pretty sure the things I would like to talk about are already something that we are on there, but infrastructure, both below the ground and sidewalks. I don't know if those are specifically called out, but I know that it's been a community concern recently. So if we could have that as a conversation, I would.
Ongoing.
Sorry, what?
Ongoing concern.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an ongoing concern, but just recently very much raised.
Yeah,
Because the sidewalks are raised.
my mind in terms of like discussing the equity director in some fashion is, to me, analogous to that. It's like the more pre-work council does ahead of next budget, I think actually would be helpful. So, you know, as opposed to like, not that you're waiting around, but as opposed to, you know, you see the budget, it's like, okay, well, there's not capacity. Like having, I think, something there.
Yeah.
I don't know what, I mean, it could just be like saying that, right? We need to be prioritizing
yeah.
sidewalks in the next budget season, that might be.
Right.
Makes sense.
And that may
I don't know
be.
that staff will be doing any more work than it currently is.
Right, like I know there's a plan, I know there's, but just maybe for, as a body, for us to discuss it and prioritize it, I think would be noted, something that we should do. And then the second thing is just thinking ahead of the budget discussions that we will have later in many, many months. Possibly paying our fire department more. Again, it's a budget discussion, but if we can put that up as a prioritization, that would make me very happy.
I think it falls under safe, healthy, connected, retention.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like I said, both of those items that I want to talk about, I know we're going to talk about, but I'd like to call them out if possible.
Extra stars.
And then I agree with everything you mentioned earlier as well, Aurora. And Bryn, after rereading the energy savings, I didn't mean to veto that so quickly.
It's okay, context is helpful.
Charlie, you may not have anything, but maybe you do.
I do not. I do want to. I think that across the city, there's not a lot of money, right, for all the stuff. Not for the stuff that we need, let alone the stuff that we want. I think that to Brent's comment, like if we can find ways to like the best money that you could spend is money saved, so to speak, like on the terms of energy, right? If we could figure out how to bring our costs down in any reasonable and sustainable way, I think that's a really good idea. That's the first thing we say to poor folks, right? Is budget better. So we already have a budget. I think that finding ways outside of our budget to make a bigger budget might be advantageous to all of us. I think that it's just going to get more and more expensive to run Winooski as Winooski gets more and more residents. This particular reading has been really eye-opening for me. So, yeah.
All right, so it sounds like we're adding the utility savings for further consideration, this equity director restructure consideration, and then I feel like all the other pieces fit into like a thing that's, it's not like a new thing we're asking them to look for.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
I appreciate the advance notice.
We slightly improve the process every year. Okay. That is the end of the regular agenda. We added an executive session pursuant to 1 VSA section 3133, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public officer or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for its final decision during the open meeting. We have a personnel matter to discuss, so I am looking for a motion to find that we should have this discussion in executive session under the statute that I just read.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Thomas, second by Charlie. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm looking for a motion to enter into executive session, inviting City Manager Elaine Wong.